Day 1, Ghost of Tsushima. Let's dive on in. New game. Yes. Prepare for peak cinema. Ooh, okay. You can change the difficulty. Easy, medium, hard, lethal. Holy. Let's try hard. We'll try hard to start off with, and then if we need to change it, we can change it at a later time. But I think we'll try hard. Standard English dialogue, subtitled English with English subtitles. Samurai Cinema, Japanese dialogue with English subtitles. Kurosawa mode, black and white filter with Japanese dialogue and English subtitles. Inspired by the movies of legendary filmmaker Akira Kurosawa. Interesting. Let's try Samurai Cinema. And then we might want to try the Kurosawa mode. Oh shit, the volume is so loud. Hold on. Why is the volume so loud? Let's go to... Maybe it's cutscene volume. Maybe I'll turn this one down to 70 as well. Nope, it's still very loud. Yeah, why do I feel like it's so loud, chat, on OBS? Maybe I should... Yeah, honestly, okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna actually go into OBS, and I'm going to, properties. No, let's go to, audio. We'll try that. Yeah, I'm gonna limit I'm gonna limit Tsushima on OBS to 70% volume so that hopefully it does not peak and does not blow anyone's eardrums off, but we'll see. Alright. Let's keep going.
蒙古国が対馬に襲来した。血も涙もなく、ただひたすらに暴虐だ。我が方は80、無勢なれど対馬の民を守らねばならない。今日俺はこの命を捨てる。船が海を覆っている。
死を恐れるな。飲み込まれるぞ。習わし、武勇、誉れ、それが我らが道だ。我らこそ島の勇士。我らこそモノノフだ。では足立殿、奴らの息をくじいてまいれ。よっ。
sound cut out there for a little brief second.
よーく聞け。腕に覚えのものあらばいいでよ。
なだ、チム2だ。
我こそは足立晴信、かの足立義信が五代の末裔なり。
God damn, that's brutal.
侍、我に下るか。
誉れなき者には情け無用。さあ、かかれ。放て、島を守れ。かかれ。進め！敵将を討ち取るのだ！討ち取れ！敵将が引いた！お言うて！
What an opening sequence.
ジン、ついてまいれ。
大勢の仲間が。
この命に変えても前進せねばなるまいぞ。
Alright. Movement seems pretty good. Camera control is
おのおの敵将を逃してなるものか。者ども続け。王子どものは新手だ。切り捨て。
nice. Okay.
さらに遠征が来るぞ。
Nicely done. Hold LB to block.
Harta!
もはや我らのみ。
残された道は一つ。敵将を見つけ出し討ち取るのみ。
最後までお供いたします。
よく申した。
We got this. Just me and him, chat.
来たぞ。あれが敵将。
覚悟はできています。
ここで決着をつけるぞ。
Yikes. big yikes. Oh shit. We have arrows in our back, chat. Ah, shit. Ah, that's gotta be painful as fuck. Huh. Grandson of Genghis Khan, huh? Absolutely brutal. Press triangle. Well, I don't have a PlayStation controller, so we'll find something. Somehow this magical sword is gonna raise us from the dead, chat. Surely I'm not supposed to drop down here, right? Okay. Surely we're supposed to climb down, right, chat? No. Oh, there's a pathway here. Such a narrow rock. Squeeze
誰かが
through.
俺をかくまってくれた。その者がたちも。
Do not raise the alarm. Okay, we're on a stealth mission, chat. They were close to seeing me.
Here, you, huh?
I'm actually very curious to know if this is actual Mongolian language being spoken. And if it is, that's some crazy, crazy good immersion. Search the house for your katana. I mean, I would love to, but I'm gonna be honest, chat. It is so extremely dark in this house, I can't see shit. Holy moly. Like, I can't even tell where I'm walking.
誰が歯を研いでおった。武士か。俺の鎧。
Put on your armor. I would love to if I could see it. Oh, I think we found it.
壊れておる。だがあるだけありがたい。
Okay, alright, alright. Leave the house to continue your search.
Oh, おそらくは。たちは
ここにはない。私に任せて。ほら、隠れろ。ああ、殺さないで。
米を出せ。
少しならあるから持って行って。
Nicely done. Hell yeah. You love to see a good, powerful woman, chat.
何者だ。
言うなってんだ。太刀が欲しいならついといて。
どれほど寝ていた。
数日、島の半分が乗っ取られちまったよ。
Oh my god.
ユナ、
後にして。くっそ、かがんで。
どうする？
こっち。待って。助けようなんて思わないで。
民の命が。志村殿は戦場におられたか？
地頭の？知らないね。
ユナ、待て。志村殿は俺の叔父だ。
あんたが堺人か。地頭の多いの。
して叔父上は生きておいでか？
おそらくね。猛虎に囚われてるけど。
場所はわかるか？
東の海岸沿い。
金田の木であろう。叔父上を捕らえたことで守りも手薄のはずだ。攻め入るなら今しかない。
殺されるよ。
だが無事にお助けすれば猛虎を打ち払うことができる。鎌倉に下文を送りご助力も超えよう。
あんたが切られるのを見るために世話してやったわけじゃないよ。
ではなぜ助けた？
死なれちゃ困るからさ。手を貸してほしい。
叔父上さえご無事なら対馬は助かる。俺にとっても唯一の身内。行くぞ。
Okay.
もうよしてくれ。
くぐって。
飯を探していただけなのに。
きつくめ。
今はこらえて行くよ。待って。
騎兵だ。
通って。
نجم حرسينتا جواه ساموراي.
God damn it, chat. It's so fucking dark, I can't even see where I'm going and where Yuna is. This is insane.
よし。
まずい。隠れるところがない。このまま出たらあいつらに見つかっちまう。
一か八かだ。
待って。荷車が。今だ。早く。
万兵だ。
屋根に登るしかない。ほら、屋根の上だよ。
Nope. I have no idea where she went, chat.
万兵だ。
屋根に登るしかない。
屋根に登り戦場を漁るとは野党だな。
その時いるものをもらうだけ。
俺の太刀もか。
太刀は食べ物と薬に変えた。
なんだと？
怒るな。買い手を捕らえて取り戻してやる。空手じゃ心もとない。使えそうなものもらっときな。
盗めというのか？
持ち主はとっくに死んでる。
Taking some more try.
こっちだよ。太刀を買ったやつはこの先に住んでる。
Taking some more try. Yup, Shangi. Die sonst so doen. Dit niet altijd richten.
I can't tell where she went, chat.
Taking some more try. Chiharu. Die sonst so doen.
いるか。まずいね。もうこれ見つかったんだ。
見張っておれ。俺が調べよう。太刀さえあれば。
家の中に隠したのかもね。
Taking some more try. More try. Die sonst so doen. Dit niet altijd richten.
Enter Toru's house. Okay, but where is the house? That's the real question, chat.
Taking some more try. Yup, Shangi.
Nope, they see me. Nope, they caught me. That's rough.
まずいね。もうこれ見つかったんだ。
見張っておれ。俺が調べよう。太刀さえあれば。
家の中に隠したのかもね。
Taking some more try.
How the hell am I supposed to get inside, chat? There we go.
どこかにあるはず。Taking some more try.
Did we find it? Oh, we found it.
我が名は酒井仁。地頭である志村殿の甥。臆病ではない。
お前にかなう者はいないな。だがまだまだ太刀に振り回されておる。
稽古中です。
父親の武具でか。これは酒井家の宝刀。戦を鎮め命を救った太刀だ。殴られたのか。
いえ。
身を守る術を教えてやろう。
心得ています。
Clearly not.
刃を操るには何よりもまずその心を鎮めねばならんぞ。
できます、叔父上。
そうか。
Okay, is this where we get a little bit of a tutorial going on?
稽古の成果を見せてみろ。わしを撃ってみよ。
はい、叔父上。
さあ、撃ってこい。わしに当ててみよ。
Alright.
よし、ジン、撃ってこい。 わしに当ててみよ。
Okay.
よし、陣撃ってこい。
Alright.
さあ、撃ってこい。よし、陣撃ってこい。
There we go. Okay.
よろしい。さように戦えればあざをつけられることもなかったな。
不意をつかれたんです。
ではそのあざをつけた者が戻ってきたら、汚い手もためらわぬ相手からいかにして身を守る。
私の方が身軽でしょう。間合いの外から疲れるのを待って人たちで倒します。
よろしい。敵がいかに策を巡らそうとも、武士たる者は臆すことなく戦わねばならぬぞ。
肝に銘じます。
ではわしの防御を崩せ。酒井陣が優ある武士だと示してみよう。
Tap Y to break defense and
攻
stagger
撃
the
で防御
enemy.
を崩し、素早く打ち込め。 やめよ。降参だ。
加減しましたね。
しておらん。太刀であったらわしは死んでおった。
嘘です。
お前に嘘をつくものか。よし、次はわしの攻めを防いでみよう。手心を期するでないぞ。よし、
Okay.
守りの構えだ。よいぞ。
Okay. Nice.
疲れた。休みませんか。
まだ終わってはおらんぞ。腹を据え痛みに耐えてみせよ。よし。
This is your health. This is your resolve meter. Draw on your resolve to heal and perform other special abilities. Gain resolve by killing enemies, parrying attacks, or using other advanced skills.
で
Very
は
nice.
受け流しを教えよう。わしの動きをしかと見ている。打ち込まれたらすかさず防げ。覚えが早いぞ。
Okay. Nicely done.
上達しておるな。良い構えだ。
休まれますか。
お前の相手で息を切らすほど置いてはおらん。それでは槍が相手の稽古を始めよ
Against a
う。わしの槍
spear.
をかわし、すかさず切り返してみよ
Dodge BL.
よし、
Okay.
その息だ。
Okay.
う。良い切り返しだ。うまく避けたな。良いか。かわしたらすぐさま攻めろ。
Nicely done.
どうだ。いかなる武具もいかなる兵も打ち破る手はある。
ご指導痛み入ります。
終わってはおらぬぞ。さて陣よ、わしと刀比べをする気はあるか。
あざができますよ。
大口を叩くな。一つ賭けでもしよう。先に5本打った方が有言を決めるとする。
ではタコにしましょ
うまいぞ陣。腕を上げたな。
Easy money.
飯の前にあと一つだけ問おう。代々当家の武士は規律を守ってきた。何を重んじてきたかわかるか。
う。主への忠義、己を律すること、あと
申してみよ
誉れ、勇猛に戦い堺の家を守ることです。
う。それは父の言葉であろう。お前にとっての誉れとは。
それは民を守ること、己を守れぬ者らを。
A good answer.
お前は優しいな。だがまずは 主に仕えながら皆に示すのだ。勇気と真偽と節制と。
たやすく思えますが。
行うは形だ。わしも日々苦心しておる。しかし我らは規律を守ることで民の模範にならねばならぬ。もちろん武士にとってもな。それが誉れを売る道だ。Ach, not der Samurai.
Alright, chat. It's time for us to pop the fuck off.
Ah. 見つけたんだね。
馬はどこにおる？
馬屋にいるかも。来て。
騎兵だ。
我が物顔で走ってる。
馬屋はどこだ？
燃えてる家の裏手さ。おいで。
Okay.
近づけそうだ。後ろから喉をかっ切れば静かに殺せる。
誇りはないのか？
Without honor.
道理に背くつもりはないぞ。来い、鬼畜ども
Point L to target enemies with your sword attacks. Okay. Target the pulsing enemy in attack.
近いな。
助ける気じゃないだろうね。
もう隠れん。太刀も取り返した。
ちょっと。万平だ。
一人も逃がすでない。
Yikes. Okay. I think I should have, instead of trying to like basically dodge that attack, I think I should have tried to parry it.
Chikai
助ける気じゃないだろうね。
もう隠れん。太刀も取り返した。
ちょっと。万平だ。
一人も逃がすでない。
Nice.
ありがとうございます。お侍は皆死んだと聞きましたが。
どこかにかくまってもらえ。
小金寺に行こうと思います。
よし、街道は避けよう。必ず息子を守るのだぞ。
あんた無茶ばかりするね。
あやつは戦えぬからな。それにこれ以上見殺しにはできぬ。
あんたなら大勢を救える。弟が猛虎にさらわれた。
だから俺を助けたのか。
私にはあの子しかいない。
叔父上がお待ちなのだ。
頼む。高さへ戻ればそれでいいんだ。
叔父上をお救いした後でいいのならば探してみよ
う。一緒に行くよ。
That's a fair deal.
馬屋はすぐそこだよ。
Ooh, this guy has a spear.
ヤチとしてティーメ ヤチとしてエンダータ
Nicely done.
ヤチとして
馬屋へ急ごう。
Okay.
こやつらは軍馬浜に連れて行かなかった馬だ
命拾いしたね。運がいい。どの馬に乗りたい？
This digital deluxe horse will be with you for the entire journey. I mean, I guess if you're saying he's digital deluxe, why not?
どうど
似合ってる。
う名をつけねばな
Ooh, what should we call him? Oh shit. Chat, we gotta go with the anime choice here. We gotta go with Kage. Holy shit. Naming him Shadow? Fuck yeah. That's a badass name. I do like Nobu and I like Sora as well. Both are great names, but Kage, like, it just speaks to me. Especially because, like, you know, Naruto is one of my favorite shonen anime, and in there they have, like, the Hokage, right? Who is kind of like the leader. Yeah, Kage is a great name.
影世を守る闇
Yup, let's do it. Me and my boy Kage. I won't let him die. And if he does die, I will hunt down whoever it is that murders Kage. And I'll make sure that he has a very painful death. Komoda town? Okay. Riding all the way over. Where are we going now? Castle Kaneda. Ah, okay. So I
金田
think...
の木
地頭は城の中だね。
Approach the castle.
壁は高くて越えられないね。騒ぎでも起こして忍び込んでみる。
いや大手門から入るハーンは足立殿を生きたまま焼き殺し叔父上を恥ずかしめ武士を皆殺しにしたこの恥はすすがねばならぬ
正面から突っ込んだらお仲間と同じ目に遭うよ。
猛虎もそう考えるだろうだがこたびは俺がお主はここで待っておれ
Oh god. Challenge the Mongols to a standoff. Alright, here we go, chat. Let's try this. Standoffs. When approaching enemy territory, you can challenge foes to a standoff. Once your enemy approaches, hold Y. As soon as they attack, release Y to defeat them in one deadly strike. Interesting.
志村殿を返してもらうぞ
That was clean.
Yeah. やったね。
そう申したであろ
この音何？
うわからぬだがおそらく猛虎の兵器
Ooh, there's a spear guy. Okay. There we go. Alright. We're alive, chat. We're alive.
Ready?
Nicely done.
Açış beni.
참마 돌.
You got me. Yikes. Brutal decapitation there.
この音何？
わからねえ。だがおそらくもうこの兵器。
Nicely done. Bye bye.
Açış beni.
Nice. Holy moly. The raining arrows. Nice.
これ以上は無理だ。
お主は戻れ。
一人で？
逃げ道を探しておけ。叔父上を助けたらすぐに引く。
馬も用意しとく。
頼む。俺が戻らねば森に逃げろ。
Oh, don't worry. We'll be back, chat. Nicely done. Oh boy. Okay. Stay in tail area. Wait, why am I confined? I don't know why I'm confined to that, like, one single area. That's so weird. Okay. Alright, there's gonna be a spear guy. Ah, do I have to go, like, up this pathway here? Okay, there's one guy. Bye-bye. Nicely done. Ooh, there's an arrow guy. Okay. That is definitely not what I was looking for. Where did the enemy go? Why did he fall back? Dodging arrows. Before firing arrows, Mongol archers will call out and signal their allies to duck. Okay. Ooh. No way. That's crazy, chat. Like right whenever I swing at that guy, he, like the swing is cut short, and, basically, like, I don't have the range to hit him. Ooh, he hit me from there. Okay. Good. There's only one archer, right? Okay. Gonna go ahead and heal up. Because I know for a fact I took some nasty bow damage there. Nicely done. Absolutely beautiful. Ooh, 2 hits, okay. Oh shit, call him out. Get that little bitch to come out here. What's up, big boy? What you looking at?
我は堺人地頭である志村殿の甥だ叔父上が受けた恥すすぎに参った
志村から己のことは聞いておるぞ堺人こやつに見せてやる己が我に蹂躙されて情けをこう姿をな陳さあどうする堺人
This might be the first major boss battle of the game.
来い増票名おじが見ておるぞ諦めろ堺人黙れてどめ
Wow. Okay.
やめよ。下れ。いともたやすく平和が戻るとおじに見せてやれ。死にたくはなかろう。
Ooh, okay. Oh shit. Okay, okay. That's fair.
不甲斐ない。またしても。父上。ジン。手を貸さんか。
お前は死ぬのが主情のためだ。
I wonder if this is like just his imagination of how he feels that he let down his father. Maybe that did not exactly happen in reality, but he feels like, you know, he ran away or hid.
若様、そろそろです。
ああ、今参る。
島中の者がお父上を弔いに来ております。
皆を返してくれ。
何をおっしゃいますか。若様が堺の家督なのですよ。
ああ。
お一人ではありませんよ。お父上は風となり導いてくださり、お母上は鳥となり見守ってくださいます。
おじ上は
ご本人がお伝えくださいましょう。
助かった、ゆり。
堺殿の息子とあらば、お前は我が子も同然だ。
父君は何よりも民を守られた。まことのものの不よ。
すべて私のせいです。
ジン、それでも武士か。
父上は私をかばって
息子を守るため戦で死んだのだ。無念はない。それがモノノフ。これからはお前が意志を継げ。あやつの魂はこの太刀に宿っておる。これを父と思え。明日わしの砦に来るがよい。迎え入れよう。今日は父に別れを告げろ。
父上、お導きください。
Okay. Follow the wind. That seems like a very logical thing to do. If you're looking for signs on where to go, you know?
動けって頼むから。
ユナ、ユナ。
What's up, Yuna?
ジェン、どうだった？
志村殿を見つけお助けしようとしたが、あえなくハーンに。叔父上は嘆いておろう。
あんたが無事でよかったよ。
命を捨てても対馬を救うつもりが、今や猛虎に故郷を乗っ取られ、味方もいなくなった。
自分より強いやつに負ける気持ちわかるよ。情けないよね。でも死んじまったら元も子もない。生き延びるためなら何だってやらなくちゃ。
このまま再びハーンに挑んだとしても、返り討ちに遭うのは必定。他の手立てを考えねばなるまい。そうして志村殿を救い、故郷を取り戻そう。
だったら私が。
騎兵だ。ハーンの番犬だ。
大勢で来る。まずい、隠れなきゃ。
Jammer dig hem haar op. Julmaal ga. Wat met me zo. Zijn be. Herin hebt het bijga. Toch ergo. Dit een bijga. Odakwi uktil pono mo samurai.
Ultimate stealth technique, chat. Hide in tall grass.
あんたを探してるんだ。
Oh shit. It's the wind.
馬が逃げちまったじゃないか。
主の元に戻るようしつけてあれ。
Come back to me, Kage. My boy.
すごいな。猛虎はあんたを探してる。
お主は逃げろ。俺が猛虎兵を引きつける。
タカを助けるまでそばを離れるつもりはないよ。
ではまず加勢を得ねばな。腕が立つといえば石川先生や足立政子殿、このお二人を。
タカだって腕がいい。あの子を助ければ島で一番の鍛冶屋が味方につくんだ。城に忍び込める道具だって作れるよ。
では壁を登れるようなものは。
タカの腕なら朝飯前さ。
捕まった場所は
ケチのあたりだった。
お主は先に行っておれ。後で向かおう。
あの子は弱いから長くは持たない。
ユナ、必ず弟は助ける。
志村様も。
Sucker Punch presents Ghost of Tsushima. Hell fucking yeah. Act 1, rescue Lord Shimura. Absolutely beautiful. Absolute cinema. Map and journal now available. Press the menu button to view. These graphics are very, very, very lovely. And yeah, look at that sun. Just lighting up everything. Such a wonderful life view. Tsushima Island. Explore Tsushima to discover new locations. This is a tale. The Warrior's Code. Complete tales to build your legend and acquire new resources and abilities. Legend of the Ghost, the Broken Samurai. As your legend grows, you will learn powerful new techniques. Interesting. Choose your next destination, and the wind will guide you. Okay. Okay, very, very nice. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Alright, chat. Let's very quickly pause here for a quick second. I do want to give my thoughts on the game so far, right? Just basically an initial impression. Obviously, what I'm about to say, you know, it's going to change. It's going to evolve over time as I continue to play this game more and more and more, right? So number one, the visuals of this game are absolutely very, very, very well done. Very beautiful. I really, really enjoy the kind of modern, realistic graphics that are reminiscent of modern day, you know, modern day video games that are attempting to be a little bit more relatable, right? And I like that this game, with the graphics, the music, and everything, it kind of works its absolute hardest to get you immersed in the story, get you immersed in the gameplay, right? I really enjoy that. I do have a couple of thoughts that I want to share. And, you know, I hope that these, you know, observations that I have, I hope that they will not become annoyances or frustrations later down the road, right? I hope that this will not be something that I end up criticizing about this game, because, you know, I really want this game to succeed. I want this game to be as good as it possibly can be. Number one, I think that when it comes to the combat in this game, what we've experienced so far, it is a combat system that I think, you know, the intention of it is really, really, really good quality. Like, what they are attempting to create and what they are attempting to allow the players to do with the combat, it seems theoretically to be very, very, very good quality. However, I have noticed at least one observation about the combat that I am a little bit concerned with, right? So what I will say is that there's a couple of things, and the first thing that I'll mention, it does not only specifically focus on the combat portions of the game. It focuses on, like, the general game as a whole, but there are combat situations that, you know, are that this observation applies to, right? So number one, and you know, I made this comment as we were going through the game, as we were experiencing the beginning. especially during the beginning of the game, there are a lot of moments where the environment, right, the atmosphere around the moment was in like the darkness, right? It was basically pitch black dark. And you know, I'm already someone who wears glasses, right? I don't have great vision, you know? So I think that what this game was missing, right, is that for example, in the beginning, there's a section where you are meant to follow the character known as Yuna and basically kind of like sneak around the enemies and make sure that you stay undetected, right? Running around the area away from the enemies, right? I think that one very simple inclusion could have made the experience so much better, and that is this concept of what if the character of Yuna had some kind of indicator that, hey, this object on the screen is Yuna, right? So to give a very, very quick, simple example, what if there was a tiny little arrow or like a dot that was above her head that would showcase like, hey, this is where Yuna is standing or sitting, right? So that's like one very simple example. Another example would be like, let's say that a little arrow or a dot above the head is not noticeable enough. What if the character of Yuna, like her model in the game, had an outline? And maybe the outline is like red colored or blue colored, something that kind of stands out in the game where it's like, okay, I can see Yuna's outline because it's colored and she's currently crouched down in the grass, or she's currently, kind of trying to sneakily walk behind some enemies, right? And you can see the outline of her character moving and you can follow her. I think that would have made the first, stealth sequence of the game a lot better. And I think that, this idea, it also applies to combat scenarios, right? There were combat scenarios that we did throughout the beginning part of the game that happened in the darkness, and it was very difficult to see the enemies and see, okay, are they swinging their weapon? Are they blocking? Are they holding a bow and arrow and getting ready to fire it at me, right? Those things were quite difficult to distinguish and be able to tell. So I think that, having some improvement with the lighting or with the highlighting of like certain objects in an area, I think that would be significantly better, right? Now, let's talk about the combat specifically, right? Basically, the combat in this game, it does have a lot of the features that, an action RPG game should have, typically would have, and it does have some small resemblances to Souls combat, right? You can dodge attacks by pressing B. You can block attacks, right? Or you can potentially call them parries if you want to. You can parry / block attacks. And then, you have your X, which is a quick attack, and then you have your Y, which is like a heavy attack, right? I think so far, the one observation that I have about the combat, which I am slightly concerned about, and I really hope that this does not become a major problem for me moving forward in the game, right? I hope that this does not, take away from my enjoyment of the experience, of the journey. But what I've noticed is that in this game, right? So there was this section earlier where there were multiple enemies that were, running towards me and going to kind of like try to take me down, right? Try to kill me. So there were multiple enemies, and you know, during that one section, there was like an on-screen prompt which said that you should use your joystick, your left joystick, to aim at the enemy that you want to target, and then you swing at them. You press X, you press Y, whatever, right? And then when there's another enemy that's attacking you, you use your joystick to change to that different enemy, and then you start attacking them, right? Or you can block their attack, right? You press the LB button. Other than that mechanic, right? I do not believe that there is any sort of lock-on in this game, right? There's no lock-on targeting feature that all of the, Souls games, Souls-like games have, that where you like click a button, it specifically target locks onto one singular enemy, and then you follow that enemy around, you prioritize that one enemy, right? Therefore, I feel like, while this mechanic, this idea of being able to point your joystick at a certain enemy and focus on them, and then change to a different enemy entirely if you need to, right? While that is a mechanic, while that is a system that can work and can, get the job done, I do not think that it is the most optimal. I do not think that it is like, the best combat system. I think that there's lots of room for improvement, you know? And this kind of brings me to, I would say right now, my observation that I have about the combat, which I am very, very, very cautiously skeptical about, right? Like, as of right now, I am not going to outright say, like, oh man, this is bad, this is unacceptable, this is ridiculous, this is terrible, and this should not be the way that the game is designed, right? I can't say that because I'm so early in the game, right? I have not really experienced much of what the game has to offer. So I want to give the game a chance. I want to actually play through the game and spend hours actually learning everything, learning the mechanics, learning the way that the game operates properly, right? What I will say is that, okay, when we talk about Souls games, and we talk about this feature in Souls games that allows you to lock onto an enemy and target a specific enemy with your attacks without, wildly swinging anywhere and everywhere because there's multiple enemies and you are not able to choose just one. One of the major benefits of the target lock-on system that I love in Souls games, one of the major benefits is that normally when you lock onto an enemy, the camera in the game, it is designed to focus on that enemy and designed to automatically function so that you can, see your character, you can see the enemy, you can see what attacks that they're doing, right? And you can basically figure out what kind of actions do I need to take? What is the solution to this scenario? Do I block the attack? Do I dodge the attack? Do I try to sneak in a hit of my own? before the enemy attacks me, right? So in a Souls game, using the target lock on, you are able to basically lock in and focus heavily on the combat of the game, whether you're dodging, whether you're blocking, whether you're attacking the enemy, right? Doesn't matter. And you don't have to worry about, oh, is the camera of the game showing me what I need to see? And is the camera in a good or bad position when it comes to, you know, showcasing what I like, what the game is attempting to display, right? Because in Souls games, as well as in many other games, there exists, you know, the option to either, like, I would say that almost every game out there, especially modern games, they have the ability to manually control the camera when you are moving your character around, and maybe you're exploring an area, maybe you're in a combat scenario. I think that manual camera control is typically an ability that you have when playing, you know, a modern day game like an action RPG, right? I would say that maybe not every game, maybe some games have automatic camera control where you don't have to worry about the camera. It does its own thing. It controls itself, and it will show you what you need to see, what you want to see during, you know, specific moments of the game, right? When playing a Souls game, right, the target lock on, it allows for the player to focus solely on the combat and not worry about, oh, while I'm fighting this enemy, while I'm fighting this boss, I have to constantly move the camera around and change, you know, the positioning, change the angling and whatever, right? So you're not multitasking. You're not having to potentially overwhelm yourself by focusing on multiple different aspects of the game simultaneously to defeat an enemy or defeat a boss. And that's what I really, really, really appreciate about target lock on, which is probably one of the major reasons why I really fucking hated Dark Souls 1. Because that game, there is a target lock on system that exists. However, the target lock on system, it basically does the opposite of what the modern games do. And if you lock onto a target in Dark Souls 1, you are actually hurting yourself because you are limiting your view of your surroundings, and you are restricting your movement to where in Dark Souls 1, when you lock onto an enemy, you can only move front, back, left, and right. You cannot move diagonal, right? You cannot move in a 360 degree you know, kind of like rotation, I suppose, right? You can only move at like 90-degree angles, whether it's forward, sideways, right, backwards, or left, right? So in Dark Souls 1, the target lock-on system was so dogshit garbage that I absolutely hated it. And I felt like playing Dark Souls 1, it took something that is supposed to be good, supposed to be beneficial and helpful to the player, being the lock-on system, and it, like, just royally fucked it up. It made it so bad and so, you know, harmful to the player experience. But getting back on track, right? Talking about Tsushima, not about Dark Souls 1. In Tsushima, we do not have a target lock system. Therefore, what that means is that when you are fighting enemies in Tsushima, you have to be manually controlling the camera at all times. And what I can do is I can go into the settings and I can like triple check to make sure that there is no option in the settings that allows me to automatically have the camera function on its own. I can check and see if something like that exists, but I kind of doubt that a setting like that is in the game. I kind of doubt it. The one good thing that I will say about Tsushima, right? The one good reason why I am not currently considering this to be a major flaw or a major criticism of Tsushima is that, like, you know, I'll give you a very, very simple example, right? Let's say that you are, you know, you're standing, right? And you know, let's say that where I am right now, my fat ugly head right here, this is your character, right? So your character's standing here and he's holding his sword, right? And he can either attack, he can block, he can parry, right? So you're standing here, you're facing forward, and you have your sword in your hand, right? If let's say that there's an enemy who maybe they approach you at a slight angle, like rather than walking straight in front of you, they come in, you know, a little bit to the left side of where you're standing, right? A little bit at an angle, and they approach you, and let's say that like you are not able to turn your character to face them straight head on, you know, directly. I think the good thing that Tsushima does is if you are standing here, you're facing forward, and the enemy is kind of like coming at you from a little bit of an angle and they swing at you, right? They try to attack you. If you press the parry button, the block button, even though you are not, you know, line of sight directly facing the enemy, you're kind of a little bit off and the enemy is at an angle, when you press the block button, you will still be able to block their attack, right? I think the only time that you will not be able to block an attack is if the enemy is like directly behind you. If they are literally behind your character and they swing at you and you try to press the block button, the parry button, that I would assume logically that would not do anything. That would fail, right? But for the most part, as long as the enemy is somewhere in front of your character and they swing at you somewhere in front of your character, you can block their attack and you can take no damage, right? However, I do think that the need to manually control the camera and, like, you know, constantly shift your character's direction that they're facing on your own without the game automatically doing it for you, I think that is questionable. Again, I'm not going to say that it is a criticism or a flaw at this moment because I have barely started this game, but I really, really, really hope that this camera control does not become a detriment. I really hope it does not become a problem for my combat experience in this game, right? You know, one final thing that I will kind of talk about and mention about this game's combat. So, you know, there was that one segment early in the game where there's multiple enemies that come towards you, and you basically have to fight them off, and the game kind of gives you prompts. It teaches you that you can select an enemy. You can target a specific enemy by using your left joystick button to select a particular target, and then you can swing at that target, right, when there's multiple enemies around you. In that tutorial, right, in that little prompt, it showed that, like, when an enemy was attacking, there would be kind of like these like pulsating lines, right? It kind of indicated with these like special I guess, outlines, these special colors, where it's like, you know, this symbol of like, oh hey, this particular enemy, they are preparing to swing at you. So get ready to, you know, block their attack, get ready to swing at them before they have the chance. During that moment, that prompt, that tutorial, where the game literally showed you how to handle that situation, like, that's perfectly fine. It went down as expected, as the game showed, right? However, what I do want to say is that after that little tutorial occurred and it finished, right? After we moved on to the next enemies that were in the area, um, basically, I have not seen any of the enemies in the game have that aura around them that indicates that they're about to swing at you, that they're about to attack. I did not see that on any enemy outside of the tutorial. The tutorial was the only instance where I saw the like pulsing kind of like gray or light blue lines around the enemies that was like, hey, this guy's about to attack you, be careful, right? That was the only time that I saw it. And maybe I'm not paying attention close enough, right? Maybe it's because during the combat fights, you know, during that first part of the game, maybe it's because everything was dark, right? The environment, the atmosphere, the color scheme, it was very, very difficult to see. Very low visibility. Everything looked like it was, you know, pitch black or really, really, really heavily dark gray. It just was extremely difficult to clearly be able to make out enemies, make out objects, and you know, be able to understand what is happening in your surrounding environment, right? So maybe that's the reason why I did not really get to clearly see the indication that any of these enemies were attacking. And maybe in future combat situations when there is plenty of light, you know, basically when there's plenty of light in future combat situations, perhaps that will change, right? Perhaps that will be the change that I need, where it's like, okay, now there's light, now I can actually see that there's the sort of like attacking indication around these enemies. But so far, it's a little bit questionable, a little bit concerning, where I'm really hoping that it does not end up being a problem. I'm hoping. We'll see. So yeah. What's going on, Bean? Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate you stopping by. So yeah, I wanted to talk about that and mention it. And you know, obviously I have not really dived into this game and spent a lot of hours enjoying Tsushima yet, right? Like we have just begun our adventure. So I don't want to I don't want to like do some sort of like deep dive analysis into this game, and I don't want to yeah, I don't want to speak as if I know everything about this game before I've completed everything, right? With that being said, since we, you know, discussed combat, we discussed the beginning of the game and my thoughts on the experience so far, my initial first impressions, I do kind of want to just share some things that are floating around my head. As hopefully many of you, maybe at least some of you out there may know, yeah, maybe you guys know about this, maybe you've never heard about it before, but I think that people who have been longtime viewers of my channel, longtime followers of my channel will know, basically my number one favorite video game of all time to ever exist is a game called Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. I fucking love Sekiro. It's to me it's a masterpiece. I absolutely view that game as peak cinema. Absolutely just like one of the best video game experiences that anyone in the world could ever, have. Um, Sekiro is something that is very near and dear to my heart, and although I am going to refrain from I'm gonna refrain from comparing Tsushima and Sekiro because these two games are kind of different from one another. Sekiro on the one hand is absolutely more of a Souls-like game, right? It follows a traditional Souls formula. Even though, like, when you are looking at Souls games, Sekiro is kind of an outlier, right? It is not the same as Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3, right? The way that the mechanics work, the way that the game plays out, it's very different from the mainline Dark Souls trilogy and games like Elden Ring. I would say that if you were to look at, let's say that on the one hand you have Souls games, and then on the other hand you have Sekiro and Ghost of Tsushima. Sekiro is much more similar, right? It's very 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 closely tied to Dark Souls. Whereas Ghost of Tsushima, like the relationship between Tsushima and Souls games is a lot. It's I would not say non-existent. Yeah, I don't think non-existent is the right word, but there is less of a connection between Tsushima and Souls games compared to Souls games and Sekiro, right? So I'm gonna refrain from comparing Tsushima and Sekiro and trying to see like, okay, which game is better than the other, right? I'm gonna avoid doing that because I don't think that that is the correct way to approach Ghost of Tsushima. What I will say, right, and this is just like random thoughts floating around my head. As I am, really, really, really a huge major fan of Sekiro, and I've invested many, many, many hours playing Sekiro over and over again. What I can say is that if Ghost of Tsushima, right? If they took everything in this game, right? You take the visuals, you take the music, you take the story, right? Everything about Ghost of Tsushima. If you took this game and then you took Sekiro's combat system and you put it into Ghost of Tsushima, right? You basically replace the current combat system in this game with Sekiro's. I think that Ghost of Tsushima would end up being, without any doubt in my mind, it would end up being my second favorite video game of all time, right? It would be, I would say, almost perfect, because I think it's very hard to achieve pure perfection, right? I think that this game would have been just like magnificent. It would have been a work of art if it had Sekiro's combat system built into it rather than the combat system that it has now. And let me back up and just say the combat system that Tsushima does have that we've experienced so far, it is not a bad combat system. It's not something where I'm like, man, this sucks, get this out of here, I don't like it, I don't want it, there's nothing good about it, right? I do not feel that way about Tsushima so far, especially since we are so early on into the game. But I'm just saying that, like, there is a thought in the back of my head where essentially the voice is telling me, if, hypothetically, in a different universe, if this game had Sekiro's combat system, I know definitively this would be my second favorite video game of all time. It would be incredible. Absolutely just like perfection for me, right? So yeah. I think that like if those of you out there, if you guys have never played Sekiro in your life, try it out. It's such an incredible game to experience, and you know, it is difficult. It is very challenging, very tough. But the way that the game is designed to function, everything just works so smoothly, so well done. There's very little flaws with the mechanics of Sekiro, and there's very little criticisms that you can have, because everything, it just feels like the game was designed to have everything harmonize and work together, and just like, you know, feel extremely satisfying to to experience, right, to go through. So I think that while I am not going to compare the two games, I think that you know, there are absolutely aspects of game design that Ghost of Tsushima could learn from a game like Sekiro. That's what I will say. All right, let me see here. I think I missed some messages from Bean, so let me read those out very quickly. Hope I'm doing good. Staying peaceful. Hydrating too. Yeah. I do have some water right here. But my drink of choice that I really enjoy being is I'm a massive fan of Mountain Dew. And specifically, my favorite flavor of Mountain Dew, I believe, so far, is Baja Blast. So I have some Baja Blast with me. I love that. After I finish my Baja Blast, I usually just go back to drinking water. But yeah, appreciate it. Have I ever played an open battle royale samurai game? That's a great question, Bean. To put it very, very simply, right? To straight away just answer the question, right? The short answer is no. I have not played an open battle royale samurai game. Now, I want to elaborate. Bean, I don't think that you are a longtime viewer of mine. I'm pretty sure that you discovered me from Shock streams, and then you came over and you know, started watching my content after you discovered me from Shocks. Since you very likely do not know this about me, I'll go ahead and explain. I am not really a big fan of battle royale games. I'm not. To me, battle royale games, I find them to be extremely boring. And I think that like the only situation that I think it is worth playing a battle royale game is if you have a squad of friends that you can queue up with in a battle royale game, and you can play the game with your friends against, you know, an opposing team, right? But the idea of playing a battle royale game where you queue up with random strangers, you know, all across the world, I do not like that. I think that that is a really crappy gaming experience. I am not a fan of battle royale stuff. This is why, you know, one of the biggest battle royale games out there, Fortnite, I dislike Fortnite. I fucking hate it. I think it's not enjoyable. I think it's not fun. I think that, you know, there's when I, because I've played Fortnite at least once in my life, and I've played I think some other battle royale games in the past. When I play those games, you know, I kind of, in my mind, right, I ask myself, am I finding this fun? Am I happy right now? Am I enjoying myself? And the answer is usually no. The answer is like, I don't feel any emotion when I'm playing these games. You know, if I play the game and, you know, I lose to the opponent, right? Cool. I lost a game. Guess what? These opponents, they probably play a lot more battle royales than I do, and they probably care about these games way more than I ever would, right? I don't feel any emotion about it. And then when I win a game in a battle royale, cool. I won a game, but like, so what? You know, the thing about battle royale games is like you win a game, and then guess what happens after you win a game? You have to go and continue winning more games, right? It's the exact same repetitive process over and over and over again. You get into these online matches with other people repeatedly, and you just do you do the same gameplay, the same shit over and over and over again, either with your friends or with complete strangers, and nothing really changes, right? Even though each individual match that you do against opposing teams, even though each match might be unique because you might be using different weapons, different loadout, different build, different characters, whatever, the gameplay doesn't change. It remains the same. You're literally like fighting against another opposing team to complete some kind of objective. That's it. And to me, I never cared about that type of gameplay. It's not something that I vibe with. So battle royale games are a no for me. And you know, speaking of you know, you mentioned battle royale samurai game. So I'm gonna be completely honest with you, and this may sound like I guess to some people out there, this may sound as if I am kind of choosing to be very close-minded and not be very you know, open to the idea of like trying new things and experiencing things that I'm unfamiliar with, right? It may sound as if like, yeah, this guy, he is just very tunnel vision, right? Very narrow-minded. And that's fine. You know, if it sounds that way, sure, right? I'm not gonna argue against it, right? I'm gonna speak my mind, and whatever takeaway people want to have, they can have that takeaway. That's totally okay with me. But what I will say is that, you know, when I played Sekiro for the very first time, and I experienced the game, and eventually I got to a point where I understood Sekiro. I understood the game, I understood how to play, I understood how to get good, and how to win, how to progress through the game, right? I, you know, learned to love Sekiro. I got into Sekiro, and I learned to love the game. It became my #1 favorite of all time. After playing Sekiro, I kind of just had a complete change with the way that I view certain video games, right? You know, to give a very, very good example. So I don't remember if it was like last year or maybe 2023 or something like that. There was a game that I believe it was like first announced during a PlayStation showcase, or might have been Xbox or something like that. I'm pretty sure it was like a console event, right, where they showcase future upcoming video games. There's a game that currently is available. You can go on Steam and you can see it there. You can probably see it on console as well. I'm pretty sure it's released on console. There's a game out there that exists which is called Rise of Ronin, or Rise of the Ronin. I'm one of those two titles. And I remember seeing, you know, the trailer. I remember seeing the footage of that game. and basically, I saw the footage, I watched the combat, the gameplay, and I looked at it and I immediately thought to myself, I was like, okay, this game clearly is being influenced by Sekiro. And it seems like the developers of this game are trying to do what Sekiro did, but they are doing it in their image, in their own, unique ways, their own unique method. Um, you know, I have to say, like, okay, if I were to put it very simply into words, after playing Sekiro, I started looking at games that are, kind of action RPGs, combat focused games, which are, focused on Southeast Asia, right? Whether it's China, whether it's Japan, whether it's like Korea or whatever, right? Any Southeast Asian video game that focuses on combat, and has this sort of cultural theme to it. You can look at games like Black Myth Wukong. There's a game called Wu Chang, which I think is a more recent game. There's a game out there called Wo Long, which is, I believe, supposed to be like a Chinese mythology game, right? All of these different like action RPG type games that are set in a Southeast Asian country, and they sort of emphasize combat gameplay in the game. After playing Sekiro, I looked at those games and I essentially grew a lot more critical about those games. I looked at them and I was like, okay, now that I've played Sekiro, I only really care about playing games that are as good quality or better quality as Sekiro, right? I don't, it's kind of like, I guess, okay, imagine this sort of analogy. This might be a terrible analogy, and it might sound really dumb and maybe make no sense, but I'm gonna go for it. So imagine that, like, all your life, right, you have been kind of homeless and you've been living on the streets, and you've been forced to you know basically search dumpsters and trash cans to eat food on a daily basis, right, and survive. And then one day you discover something as simple as like instant noodles, right, that are super cheap, super affordable, and very easy to cook and make, right? If, let's say, you discover instant noodles and it changes your life and you're like, oh my god, from now on, I do not want to ever eat dumpster food again. I never want to eat garbage again. I want to only eat instant noodles or better. That's kind of like my perspective on video games similar to Sekiro, right? Like action RPG type games where it's like, I do not want to ever buy a video game and play it and find out that basically what I hoped would be a good quality video game that is, that is as successful as something like Sekiro, or even better quality than Sekiro. I don't want to find out that a game has basically failed my expectations, and that ends up being trash and garbage and not worth playing, right? I don't want to go out there and pay money for a mediocre quality video game, or for a horrible quality video game. That's just not something that I want to spend my time on or want to spend my money on, right? So after playing Sekiro, I am a lot more harsh. I'm a lot more critical of games that are in the same type of genre and have the same type of setting, Southeast Asian culture, that sort of a thing. Which is why, I look at games and I really, really, really kind of stop and think to myself, okay, is this game worth the money? Is it worth the value? Am I going to be getting what I paid for, or even better, right? And I have to be really, really, really careful, really cautious with how I spend my time and money with these games, because you know, for example, the Rise of Ronin game, I actually don't I need to double check and see like how it's performing on Steam in terms of the reviews, but let me see here. So it's a $50 video game. Oof. And the reviews are mixed. 68% of the reviews are positive, and then 32% are negative. That's not good. That's not good. So Rise of Ronin, you know, in my opinion, not worth it. And then, you know, we can take a look at the Wu Chang, right? Fallen Feathers, the newest game. I think this says, is that 70% or is that 76? Wow, it's exactly 70. So 70% of the reviews are positive, and then 30% are negative, right? That to me, that's like, I look at that score, 70% positive, and I view that as like kind of mediocre. And this game, how much is it? It is $50 as well, right? Why would I pay $50 for a video game to have a mediocre experience? You know? So when you talk about, for example, you mentioned samurai games, right? I think there is only maybe definitely like at most a handful of samurai games out there that are legitimately really good quality and worth, you know, playing. And you know, it's quite rare to find something new, something in the modern day and age that is actually worth the money. So yeah, first of all, battle royale games, big no from me. Don't care about them. Not interested. Second, samurai games, very, very, very few of them that I personally think are good, that I think are worth playing, worth spending the money for and spending the time on. So yeah. Okay, let's see. What else did I miss here? Especially the grappling hook. If you're, you know, I know that your text to speech is not the most accurate, Bean, but if you were talking about Sekiro, yeah. Sekiro is like, I think if you are someone who is able to learn and understand the mechanics of the game and you know, actually get good at the game, it is extremely fun. It is probably one of the best video gaming experiences that anyone could ever have. You know, I will say that like there are a couple of people that I have heard that I've, you know, they've spoken about this particular subject. I've heard a couple of people say that like, yeah, they played Sekiro, but they, you know, did not vibe with it, and they say like, oh, you know, Sekiro is not, you know, my style of video game. I've heard some people say that. However, I would say that like 90% of the people who play Sekiro, like they play the entire game from start to finish and they beat it and they finish it, 90% of people absolutely love the game, and they walk away from it and they're like, this is incredible. It might not be their favorite game ever, but they don't have anything overly negative to say about Sekiro. It's really, really good. So yeah. 2 or only 3 mechanics that go with Dark Souls and goes to Ghost of Tsushima. Yeah, yeah. You feel the same way? About battle royales? Ah, I see, I see. Yeah, $50 for a video game, that's not cheap. That is not very affordable, in my personal opinion. This is why I look at games, you know, very, very harshly. I'm kind of forced to look at them and be like, okay, is this actually, am I getting the value out of this game that I'm spending the money for it, right? With the money, with the time that I'm spending on this game, is it worth it? And you know, you hope to God that the answer is yes, but sometimes it ends up being a big fat no. Sometimes. So yeah. Anyways, chat, my beautiful chat. Here's what's gonna happen. So according to OBS, we have about 15 minutes, a little bit less than 15 minutes until advertisements start playing again. However, I do need to go and use the restroom. I need to take a little bit of a break from stream. Yeah, basically, so earlier today, I had some McDonald's. So I ate some McDonald's, as I enjoy doing on Fridays. And then I'll tell you guys about this. So my mother, she came back home from work, and she brought some Vietnamese banh mi. And if you don't know what banh mi is, if you're unfamiliar with it, banh mi is essentially a Vietnamese sandwich, right? And you can kind of think about it as if it were like a Subway sandwich, except for it's not disgusting, right? Subway sandwiches, in my opinion, are not really that incredible. Most of the time they're mediocre. So, you know, if you think about like an American Subway sandwich, that is what a Vietnamese banh mi is. And so, you know, my mom, she brought home some banh mi, and apparently, like, she has a coworker who is Vietnamese, and this Vietnamese coworker occasionally will bring banh mi to work and you know, share it with at the very least my mom. I don't know if she shares it with other coworkers as well, but according to my mom, this coworker went to, I guess, a Vietnamese restaurant in Seattle, and ended up getting the banh mi there. And so, you know, my mom had some banh mi that she brought home from work. I'm gonna be completely honest with you, Chad. So it's been a long time since I've eaten banh mi. I used to really love eating banh mi a lot, quite a while back. So first, you know, before I lived in the current state that I live in right now, Washington State, right? Before I lived here, I actually lived in the southeastern United States, right? And when I lived there, there was a restaurant that, you know, me and my father and my brother, we enjoyed going to this restaurant, eating the food that they served there. It was a Vietnamese place. They did serve banh mi, and I think that at least once I did eat banh mi from that restaurant. Most of the time we would eat, you know, the other traditional Vietnamese dishes instead. So, you know, there was that one Vietnamese restaurant that we would go to in that other state. And then, you know, other than that one Vietnamese restaurant here in Washington State, so I actually used to live in a different city, right? So when we first moved to Washington State, we ended up moving to a city that is slightly down south of where we currently are. And you know, it's about, I want to say roughly about like a 15 to 20-minute drive from where I live right now, but that is assuming that like there's no heavy traffic, right? So I used to live a little bit further down south in Washington State than I currently live right now. And in that city where we lived, I why is my phone so loud? What the hell? Oh, I think it was because I was watching like a YouTube video earlier and I turned the volume up. Anyways, sorry about that, chat. I'm currently opening up the Pokemon TCG app on my phone. So, you know, when I lived in that other city, you know, slightly down south of where I am now, in Washington, I went to a high school in that city. And nearby that high school, there is a Vietnamese restaurant. And, you know, I would typically go to this restaurant every once in a while, and I would get banh mi from there. And the thing I loved about this restaurant was that, you know, at the time, whenever I would go there frequently, I think like you could go there and buy a banh mi sandwich for like $5 US. And I was like, what the hell? This is so affordable. Like, this is so fucking good. I'm pretty sure that like as time went on, they increased their prices due to inflation, right? So I think now you have to pay maybe $7 or $8 minimum for a banh mi, but truth be told, I think it's worth it. I think it's totally, you know, really, really good quality food. So I would get banh mi pretty often from there. Now, typically, for those that are unfamiliar with banh mi, I would say that the normal banh mi, it is made with like I think it's grilled pork, if I'm not mistaken. And you know, it's like this delicious kind of like the way that I remember it, and I could be wrong on this because it's been a long time since I've had the banh mi. It sort of makes me think of like if you go to a Japanese restaurant and you have ramen and you have the pork that comes with the ramen. I feel like it's kind of like that type of pork where they take like the nice you know, kind of soft chewy with a little bit of fat pork, and they put it in the banh mi sandwich, right? So I really love banh mi. I think it's like one of my favorite Vietnamese you know, food items that there is out there. And you know, if I get a chance to eat banh mi, you know, any time that I like travel anywhere, right? I absolutely do love going to Vietnamese restaurants. So, you know, my mom brings home this banh mi that apparently her Vietnamese coworker bought at a Vietnamese restaurant in Seattle. And she ended up giving me half of the banh mi to eat because, you know, my mom is not really someone who eats a lot of food, and it seems like she was not particularly super hungry, right? So she gave me half of the banh mi. I ate the banh mi, and I don't know. So first of all, the ingredients that they used in the banh mi, it was not the typical standard traditional banh mi ingredients. I think like the biggest difference was that, you know, instead of using the like grilled pork or like the pork belly or pork loin or whatever the heck it was, right? They basically ended up using like traditional ham, right? Like ham and like I don't think it was exactly the, you know, deep fried American bacon, but it was kind of like the sort of like pork strips, like kind of bacon strips, but not deep fried, right? And so they use like ham and like plain pork, and it just, I don't know, it was so extremely different than what banh mi is typically like, what it's supposed to be. And I remember, you know, I sat here and I ate the half of the banh mi, and I was like, man, this just tastes like I am eating a Subway sandwich, and not a good quality one. Not a delicious Subway sandwich. This is like a crappy quality Subway sandwich that you pay, you know, $10 or $15 for, and it's like just, you know, low quality ingredients, low quality bread, all that stuff. Like it did not taste good. And yeah, it was very, very disappointing because I was like, ooh, wow, banh mi, I haven't had that in a while. But then I ate that banh mi and I was like, this is, I don't know. To me, it kind of felt like an insult to Vietnamese culture. But yeah. So I ate some banh mi. I also ate some McDonald's. So I think, yeah, unfortunately, my tummy is not very happy with me. Yeah, not particularly too yeah, not in a good mood right now. So here's what I'm gonna do, chat. Let me see. I'm gonna open up YouTube here. There we go. I'm gonna reload it. Let's see here. So let's go to classic daily dose of internet. Okay, shut up. I didn't tell you to yap. Quiet. Okay. Let's see here, chat. I'm gonna just start adding some random videos here. Okay. Nice. All right. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna update my category very quickly. I'm gonna put myself in just chatting so that people don't get scammed thinking that I'm playing Ghost of Tsushima right now because I have the game paused. And then let me actually take OBS. Let me move it over here. There we go. So let's go to browser and then Chrome. There we go. Perfect. Okay, lovely. And then I'm going to do this. I'm gonna do... No. Why is there an ad playing? I have my ad blocker turned on. Maybe I need to reload everything. I wonder if it cleared my queue of videos. It might have. Which if it did, you know, I'm not too shocked, but it is kind of a pain in the ass, kind of annoying. So let's go to quality, 1080, theater mode. I didn't tell you to automatically play. I'll put it at 15% volume. There we go. And then... Okay, let me see here. I'm trying to figure out, chat. This is kind of annoying. I'm trying to figure out, like, how the heck do I... Huh. Yeah, because what I'm trying to do is basically minimize the video and go to the the Daily Dose like channel page so that I can add more videos to the queue.
These are the best videos.
Shut up. So, how does this keep happening? Okay. Add to queue. Why does that do that? That's so weird. Okay, hold on. Let's do something, chat. So, reload. Okay. So, add to queue. No, wait. That's not the correct one. Hold on. I'm messing up which videos I need to grab. Add to queue. Add to queue. Add to queue. Add to queue. And add to queue. Okay. Now if I play this video, there we go. So I'm going to get rid of that tab. I don't need that tab anymore. Put it at 1080. Volume, we can do that. Okay, so we have 5 videos in the queue. That's good. What the hell up? Okay. Awesome. Cool. Everything looks good, chat. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a note in the chat. BRB, quick restroom break. Enjoy these random videos in the meantime. There we go. Okay. And then if I click play.
Daily dose of internet. This guy met the CEO of Apple and...
Nice. Okay. Awesome stuff. Sweet. So, I'll let the video play, and I will return, hopefully shortly, chat. Do apologize for the, what's it called? For the intermission. But hopefully you guys enjoy whatever these random internet clips end up being. But yeah, BRB. All right.
dropped his new iPhone right in front of him.
Yeah. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. There you go.
Thank you.
They were proposing to each other when this happened. He somehow experienced lag in real life.
I decided it was time to show my server that I knew Chinese.
A few days ago, this giant sinkhole opened up in Thailand.
Yeah, I am come to this. Meow meow meow.
3, 2, 1. Oh my god!
She was recording herself as a submission to try and get into a sorority.
Hi, my name is Ava Butler. I am from Tequila, Georgia, which really is not that far from Athens, and I'm going to be majoring in...
Yo, bro, could I pet?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very good.
That's right! Cake for you!
I think this guy's waiting for Yo-Yo 2 to come out. This delivery guy tried to deliver this pizza to these people that were on the roof.
This is extremely impressive.
Nice.
The ancient Mayans built this temple in a way that created a weird sound effect. This guy is doing everything he can to make sure that nobody can have an original experience. This is what it looks like when you skydive right next to a rainbow.
Sikkerhedsudstyr og jeg vil lige bede om at tage hovedtelefonerne af et øjeblik og lytte opmærksomt. Vi er besætning, vi er brug for jeres sikkerhed og komfort, og derfor så er det selvfølgelig også vigtigt at følge vores instruktioner under hele turen.
In case you didn't know, if you give a sea urchin a little hat, they will love to wear it.
Fun fact about Alani, you know how it says peel? You can't actually peel it, it's not a sticker. It's a can.
There's a restaurant in China that likes to make noodles that are 60 meters long.
Hang on, no, that's mine.
Oh, no, this is yours. That's mine.
No, that's yours. That's mine.
That's mine, mate. This is yours.
Oh, this is no, that's yours. No. This is mine.
No, this is yours. That's mine.
Oh, right. That's. But I know I've got yours.
There's a marathon runner that is famous for completing marathons while balancing a pineapple on their head the entire time.
You outside cutting flowers? And what is that? Oh my god, like, I have questions. Come on, someone else has to have seen this before.
Look at his belly.
Two, one. Are you alright? Are you going? Yep.
So why is this so disturbing?
Oh my god. Oh! Bambi, get out of the road, Bambi! Bambi, get out of the road!
This dog was spotted making a giant snowball.
Do they fit?
Not very good. They don't feel very good either.
Why do you think they don't?
They're just a little tight.
Turn around, let me see.
This person drove away at the absolute perfect time. So why is this cat being so sneaky?
Regardez Zafrid, regardez Zafrid. Enlève ta main là, voilà. Dégage.
I just found out that there's a basketball league that allows this little guy to be a referee. These guys were at a hotel when they realized that every card key has access to every room.
146, which we're definitely assigned to. Looks like we can get right in. Oh, there's our hotel. Awesome. So we did a little bit of research ourselves to see, well, what if they're all master keys?
I can't believe I've never shared this video of this guy with a Nissan Maxima beating out someone with a sports car. I was out in nature and found a really cool sunflower field. That is the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. This guy was upset that they got his order wrong, so they gave him the correct order, but he still decided to be insane. These people have never been on an escalator before, so it was their first time trying it out.
Excuse me, miss? I just called the cops on you.
Why?
Because it should be illegal to be this beautiful.
He is not lying, man. You might have to come with me.
They realized that driving through a hailstorm wasn't a great idea.
Oh man, this is not good.
Oh, there goes the windshield.
Yep.
Oh, Jesus. Oh.
This guy can dehusk an entire coconut by only using his teeth. This driver wouldn't accept getting captured by the police. Whoever designed this kitchen must be really, really tall.
I'm used to seeing a microwave over a stove to act as a vent hood, mounted there pretty much even with the cabinets. But dude, when you mount them from the ceiling, oh
What the hell, chat? That's crazy. Ain't no way I would ever put a microwave that tall. Apologies for the delay, chat. I have returned. I suppose we can go ahead and finish this video here if we want to. Finish watching through it. And then we can get back to Tsushima. But yeah, I apologize for, you know, the lengthy wait. Yeah, let's see what else is going on here. Why are there two Spider-Men hanging from a staircase? Oh my, oh yeah.
These high school athletes decided to race each other in a hotel.
Oh my god, I'm dead.
They wanted to see if they could cook popcorn using a hair iron. He wanted to show off in front of these girls.
Oh my lord, no. No, that's never a good idea. Oh,
This
that's
crocodile
wholesome.
got bit by another crocodile, but their skin is so thick that it was hardly affected.
Is that the other half of that tooth that was split long ways?
Oh, brother.
That is
Oh, Christian.
You probably just gave him so much relief, dude.
Oh.
I had no idea that necks could inflate like this.
Holy moly.
How does something like this even happen?
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
A car somehow lost control and crashed into their house. So why did this cat do this? I have no idea how you mess up this badly.
Damn, move, move, move!
Ooh. Yikes. Oh yeah, yeah, you are so fucked.
Oh my god, it's tipping.
Моча, блин.
For some weird reason, her microwave controls the lights across the street.
Когда мы включаем нашу микроволновку, включается свет. Сейчас она отключится. И снова.
It's not real.
This bunny was somehow able to outrun this train.
That's crazy.
Then.
Oh, bro, no, no, that's so fucked. Holy! Oh, that mailbox is strong.
Sometimes kids are really, really dumb.
Oh, you want to go outside? Yeah? Alright. Okay.
This might be the stretchiest cheese of all time.
Okay, but like, why are you doing that?
Tickle like that.
Oh my god, Josh.
It's
Wait.
completely fake. When I wave over, it should come back. I'm not that mean. You can do it for me as well. Wave over slowly.
That's a good prank. Oh no 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 no! Oh my lord! Oh, that could have been bad.
There was an earthquake in Venezuela a few days ago, and this guy refused to let it interrupt his gaming session.
Bro's locked into the game. He ain't got no time.
Has a really bad stutter.
I'm not gonna feel it. There's no way I'm gonna fit in LA, man. You can't take an old geezer like me and put me in LA. That don't work, Bubba.
Do you mind?
Mm-mm-mm. Hell yeah. Iron Man is there for your marshmallow needs.
Yeah, never mind.
It started raining, so this delivery guy put their laundry under some cover.
Yo, what a homie. What a legend. Shout out to this dude. Yeah. By the way, chat. Actually, you know what? We only have like a minute left of this video. I'll let the video finish and then I'll yeah.
Don't do it. Don't do it. You little. No, you did not.
This company made a skateboard that can ride on any type of terrain.
Whatever that device
I've never
is,
seen a
that's
baby
pretty cool.
behave like this before.
Hey!
Look at
So I guess crying in space is actually a really difficult thing to do.
So, just as if I've started crying, my eye is full of tears. But you can see it just forms a ball on my eye. In fact, I can put more water in. And so if you keep crying, you just end up with a bigger and bigger ball of water in your eye.
This is what happens when you let a
That's
bus
so
pass in
weird.
front of you on a road in Hawaii.
It's my shaka.
That is the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed, and I'll
Very, very nice, chat. Good shit. Okay. I'm gonna close that. Get out of there. Let's go ahead and do that. There we go. Perfect. Okay. And then, yeah, we can swap back over to Tsushima, now. Hell yeah, Bean, hell yeah. I always love, putting on random videos like that whenever I go for a quick break, just so people are not bored out of their fucking minds, sitting there and basically not having anything to watch at all. But anyways, let's see here. Okay. So do that and then do that. I'm back, chat. I'm back. So one thing I did want to, talk about, there was a particular clip in that video where essentially someone was like trying to bake a pizza, right? They were trying to cook a pizza, and they opened the oven, and the pizza had basically just like kind of dissolved through the oven rack, right? So every once in a while, my family, we like to get pizza from the grocery store, right? Frozen pizza. And I remember that there was this one day where we decided to cook one of the pizzas. And so, normally what you do is you can take the pizza, you can put it directly on the oven rack, and you can bake it, right? I would say 90% of the time it works out, and there's no problems, right? This one time we did have a problem because what ended up happening is, I think like the instructions for the pizza, right? It said like cook it for 25 minutes or something. And normally with the other pizzas that we would buy from the grocery store, it would say like cook it for 20 minutes. So me and my family, we did not want to overcook the pizza. We didn't want it to be like extra crispy and just like very tough to like break apart and whatever, and crunchy and whatnot. We didn't want an overcooked pizza. So what we ended up doing is we had a if you guys are familiar with it, you can go to like a grocery store and you can buy, they have these like metallic racks, right? And basically it's like a wire rack where it's in the shape of like a circle, and then it has lines going down, right? And you can put hot stuff on the wire rack and it won't melt, the rack or anything like that. It won't damage anything. And you can, like, I think a lot of the time what it's used for is, people can use it for putting pizza on there. You can put like if you bake muffins or cookies or cupcakes or something like that, or even just like a full-on cake, right? You can put it on the wire rack and let it cool down, right? So we had one of those metallic wire racks, the ones that are elevated. They have like legs on them that you put it on a table and it's elevated from the table, and then you put the stuff on the wire rack. So we had one of those, and we had a traditional regular flat oven pan, that you cook stuff on, you bake stuff on, whatever. So we put the pizza on this wire rack and we baked it in the oven for 20 minutes, right? The instructions said 25, but we were like, we'll open it at 20 and we'll check and see if it's cooked. So on this day, we bake it for 20 minutes, and I take it out of the oven and I look at it and I'm like, okay, the pizza, it looks decently cooked. Like it doesn't look like it's undercooked. And it was like, the crust was slightly, brown, not like dark brown, but it was kind of like light brown, right? And it looked like it was pretty edible. I did not really see an issue with it where I was like, this looks like it's raw, So I took it out of the oven and I waited for a little bit, but then I sliced the pizza and I, gave some, like I gave a plate of the pizza slices to my mom. And, she checked it before she ate it and found that the crust of the pizza, like underneath the pizza, not the outer edge, but like underneath the pizza, the pizza dough, it had not fully cooked through. It was still soft underneath. And so I had to basically take the pizza, the part that I didn't cut and also the parts that I did cut. I had to take it all, put it back on the wire rack, and I had to put it back in the oven and cook it for longer. When I did this, right, basically that video that you guys saw, that little clip where the guy opened the oven and the pizza had dissolved, that was basically kind of like what happened with our pizza, where since the pizza dough on the bottom was still a little bit soft and not fully cooked, when we put it back in the oven and we put it on the wire rack, and the wire rack, it has these lines on it, right? And in between the lines there are gaps. It's just like there's nothing there. It's just air, right? So when the not fully cooked pizza dough is like soft, right? What happens is you put it on the wire rack and the pizza dough will kind of flop. It will kind of like sink down and get pulled down by gravity. And so, when we were finishing the pizza, like baking it, right, making sure that the pizza dough was fully cooked, I opened up the oven when it was done, and the pizza, like there were parts of the pizza that had fallen through the wire rack onto the oven, pan. And it was a terrible, horrible mess that I was like, wow, that's ridiculous, right? That had happened. And I remember like I ate the pizza, right, which was, now that we had fully cooked it, it was all kind of like crunchy and tough and whatnot, and I wasn't really a big fan of it. But yeah, I think like unfortunately that was a bad situation where me and my family, we thought that we should not trust the 25-minute instructions, because I was like, 25 sounds too long for a pizza. And we didn't trust the instructions, and we just kind of blindly decided to bake it. And we absolutely got completely screwed over from doing that. Yeah, and seeing that clip, it kind of reminded me of that incident. I mean, it was not horrible. It was kind of funny looking back at it, but still, it was a shame. Poor pizza got ruined. But it is what it is. Anyways, yeah. In any case, chat. Let's get back into the game, shall we? So we're gonna continue where we want to go next. So what do we have here? Tale of Sensei Ishikawa. Major legend increase. Archery, half bow. Okay. Assassination. Major legend increase, focused hearing. Interesting. What is this right here? Undiscovered location. Undiscovered location and undiscovered location. Very nice. Let's do this. Find Yuna south of Kechi Fishing Village. Alright. Follow the guiding wind to reach your tracked objective. Hold blank and hold right and push R. Oh, cool. Interesting. You can take photos. That's cool. I like that. Dang, this game is beautiful. Hell yeah. Okay, so where do we need to go? Nope, I think we're facing the wrong way. We need to go this way? Yeah, somewhere like over here, basically. Okay, so this dismounts, this mounts. That's jump. Okay. The question is, how do we run? Nope. I still have no idea how to run on the horse. Yeah, I mean, graphically, chat, the visuals of this game are absolutely beautiful. Travelers Rest Inn, Mongol territory.
Yuna da.
Where did she go? Guide me, wind.
チン、待ってたよ。
Okay.
一人で倒したのか。
来るなら早く来て。危うく死ぬところだったよ。猛虎が捕虜を連れて川上に向かったらしい。鍛冶屋を見たって人もいる。
弟か。
もしかしたらね。金田の入り江の近くに野営があるって聞いた。
場所ならわかる。
The Warrior's Code.
力を貸してくれる人は見つかった？
いや、まだ探しておる。
じきに誰か見つかるさ。
Reach an overlook by the Mongol prison camp. 790 meters.
後でタカも手伝ってくれるよ。ああ、もうすぐあの子に会えるんだね。
お主はいい姉だ。
そんなことない。
弟は何というかな。
あんたにも兄弟はいるの？
俺の身内は叔父上だけだ。
助けた後はどうするの？
休みたい。叔父上がいらっしゃれば島は救われるからな。
そればっかりだね。
勝てるはずのない戦を制してきたお方だぞ。お主は弟を助けた後どうする？
実は考えてる暇はなかった。
Items and resources you collect are stored in the collections menu. Okay, we're going the right way. Yeah, I mean, this game just looks so beautiful.
傷はどう？もう痛まない？
ほぼ治った。お主の手当てのおかげだ。
あんた、心の内を明かさない男だね。
そう見えるかもな。武士ならば感情を御せと叔父上に言われた。幼い頃から受けてきた教えだ。
なんだか生きづらそうだ。
それがものの札。
Okay, which way do we need to go? Probably straight forward would be my guess. Yeah, straight forward. Interesting. Do I need to go up into the high ground? I feel like I would if I'm, you know, trying to reach an overlook, but maybe this is fine.
.この先に川を見渡せる場所がある。
そこからなら野営がよく見えそうだ。
Oh, here we go, chat. We found the objective.
あれが野営？入れそうにないな。
数日でしつらえたものならば、どこかに隙間がある。探すぞ。
Survey the camp. Where the heck is the camp? Probably over here. Yeah. Wait, I missed it. Survey.
タカを助けなきゃ。敵に騒がれずに。
何か手があるはずだ。あの岩は登れそうだ。
足場が緩いと崩れる。気づかれるよ。
奥の守りは硬そうだ。正面の壁は出来上がっておらぬな。
隙間があるかも。
Okay, alright.
正面の壁に隙間がありゃ、中に忍び込める。
そして猛虎をすべて切り伏せる。
もし手違いがあれば、捕虜が殺されるよ。何度も見てきたんだ。忍び込むしか手はないからね。
まるで野党だ。
不満でもあるのかい。
この島はかつて賊がのさばっていた。しかし武士が乱を鎮め正義をもたらしたのだ。我らは誉れと共に生き、誉れのために身を捨てる。かつて我が父も平和のために命を捨てた。
私だって同じだよ。だけど今はやらなくっちゃ。
He's got a point.
叔父上の教えに背くわけにはいかん。
今は目をつぶって家族を助けたいんだ。あんただってそうじゃないの？
近くに寄ってみよう。様子を探りたい。
それじゃあ暗くなるまで待とう。
You know, this is why, chat. I think, what's it called? I think that if I had to choose what kind of,
苦労してるんだ。猛虎が来る前から。
守ってやったのだな。
兄弟だからね。タカは盗みを嫌ったけど、飢えて死ぬよりはマシだろう。やるしかなかった。
俺も武士になるほかなかった。だが教えに背くのはやはり
猛虎に殺されてた方が幸せだった。恨みを晴らしたいんだろ。なんだってやらなきゃ。
Yeah, so as I was saying, you know, I think that if I had the ability to choose which one I would be, I would much rather be a ninja than a samurai. I think that being a samurai is not really my style, personally. I think that being a ninja, being more stealthy, more secretive, more of an assassin, is something that I appreciate a lot more.
蹴取られれば捕虜が殺される。
じゃあ音を立てずに喉をかっ切るしかないね。
Wow. That was brutal.
お前はどう見る？
足を怪我しています。矢が当たりましたね。
手負いの熊は死に物狂いだ。ぬかるでないぞ。
わかりました。
後を追うぞ。
この地に熊が出るなんて。
そうだな。戦火の槍川から逃げてきたのだろ
う。謀反者のせいです。罰として熊の餌にしてやりましょう。
いやしきことを申すでない。
ここで倒れましたね。虫の息です。
ああ、すぐ近くにおるな。 気を抜くなよ。
分かってます。とどめは私に刺させてください。
お前が感情を御せるのであれば、その時は考えてやろう。
My god, chat, the flashbang is so bright. Can't even see, like,
いました。
夜
where
な
I'm going.
生きておるやもしれん。この焼き傷では死なぬはず。
見てください。この傷の跡は矢ではありません。
四角槍川だな。
卑怯者、地頭様の背を狙うとは。
酒井、怒りを抑えろ。人殺しになりたいか、こやつのように。我らは武士だ。
ですがおじ上よ、罪人はその命をもって償わせねば。
目をそらすな。怒りや恐れで人を殺めてはならん。誉れを胸に切れ。敵を前にして背を向けてはならぬ。命を奪う時も相手を見据えろ。情けと覚悟を持て。それが侍の姿だ。虚に乗ずるは臆病の印。
Seems like this uncle would not get along with ninjas.
ジン、どうした？
タカを探そう。見つかるわけにはいかん。
五感を研ぎ澄まして頭の中まで野党になるんだ。
Focused hearing. Press menu to use focused hearing, revealing nearby enemy positions while slowing your movement. Okay. I see one more guy.
Hear you? En zoekt Harksen. Tinjum Bakukic Mitsima. Till you! Solarizoso!
There we go. Nicely done. Okay, one guy over there.
Enarlin ganz human sakeyumda.
Ooh, that was very close, chat. I did not realize he had gone inside the building. I thought he had gone around it. So my plan was basically to, yeah, my plan was like to go through the building and kind of,
見に行こう。違う。タカじゃない。
Ulsichbem.
Nicely done.
Yoku naka ni haireta na. Nigeru zo. Hanashi wa ato da.
行くよ。
川まで進むぞ。そこなら安全だ。お主は菅笠衆か。
かつてはな。あそこも飯に困ってきたから抜けてきたんだ。
志村殿が捕まり、お助けするにも人手が足りぬ。手伝ってくれ。
無理だ。だが菅笠衆に聞いてみろ。筒の氷で猛虎を襲ってるって聞いた。岸平原の近くの海岸だ。
Yeah, I think we made it, chat. I think we're safe. You know, I really do enjoy stealth gameplay, like what we just did during that mission. So I would not be opposed to doing more stealth combat, right? Stealth objectives.
タカという刀鍛冶。
覚えはない。だが多くが他へ移された。
However, I do know that Tsushima is not a stealth priority focused game.
捕虜が移されたって言ったね。どこだ？
アザモウラがどうとかって。そういえば鍛冶屋の男を見た。若くてヒゲの生えた。槍川の出だったはずだ。
嘘じゃないだろうね。
鍛冶屋が見つかるといいな。
タカがアザモウラで生きてる。
壁で囲まれた村か。策もなく乗り込めば返り討ちに遭うだろ
う。友人が手を貸してくれるかもしれない。
よかろう。まずはタカを救い、それから叔父上だ。
ジン。タカならどんな道具だってすぐに作ってくれる。 でもその後二人で島を出たい。
猛虎のことならば案ずるな。叔父上が止めてくださる。とどまり故郷のため戦え。
故郷は私とタカがいるところさ。友人はアザモの氷にいる。ツツとの境だ。
そこで落ち合おう。
楽じゃなかっただろう。教えに背くこと。
なすべきをなしたまで。
そっか。
Oh, Castle Kaneda. What's going on here?
志村、お主に労は似合わん。たむかわぬよう民に言い聞かせろ。さすれば縄を解いてやる。
己のざれ言は聞かん。殺せ。
すべてを失ったつもりのようだが、おいはまだ生きておるぞ。
ジン。
我が勢が道を塞ぎ、村々の近くには野営を敷いた。すべてを掌握している。おいもじき見つかろう。
堺は一生懸命に戦うはずだ。わしもな。
大事か。対馬の民はどうだ。お主は父も同然。我が子を見捨てるのはつらかろう。
己のしもべにはさせんぞ。
Hell yeah. Warrior code. Let's fucking go. Technique point earned. Almost 2. Nicely done. You have earned a technique point, plus an additional Hero of Tsushima technique point. Use them to learn powerful new techniques that will aid your fight against the Mongols. Alright, let's see here. Parry at the last possible second to perform a deadly counterattack. Ooh, let's go. Okay. Roll across the ground to avoid attacks. Ooh, okay. Let's go. Nicely done. Yeah, these are two really, really nice abilities, for sure. Master legendary combat arts. Nice, 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 nice. I like this. Yeah, I like this a lot. Kage is a good horse. I like him. Yeah, you drink that water, buddy. Make sure you stay well hydrated. Yeah, that was a good mission. I like that, chat. I like that a lot. Act 1, Rescue Lord Shimura. I wonder how many acts are in this game. You know, I knew for a fact, like, when we first got into that battle against, the Mongol leader, I knew right away that it was not a battle we were intended to win, and that we were intended to defeat the boss, because, you know, every type of attack that I did, whether it was like a heavy attack, whether it was a quick attack, right, or, you know, potentially the stab attack, none of it was doing any damage. Like, none of it was actually hitting him, and none of it was like affecting his posture, his like stagger meter. So I had a feeling that you were not supposed to survive, and that it was kind of like a scripted defeat in that moment. But it would have been really fucking cool if you could have killed that Mongol, you know, warrior, and then, like, you know, you could go in and tackle even more powerful enemies after that. But yeah. Okay, let's see here. So I guess now we go for the Sensei Ishikawa story where we get to learn archery. So that looks really, really good. What's this tree over here? Why is it glowing? Fox den. Oh, there's a lot of tiny little foxes here. So why is this tree glowing here? Why is it special? Am I able to interact with this tree in any way? Doesn't seem like it. Those are some adorable foxes. Alright, Kage, my boy. Oh, chat. Bean said, can't spoil it, but you love the tiny foxes. They are very adorable. So I saw this this very, very cute video that I think someone had posted on Twitter, where essentially I believe that there's like a family that are potentially farmers, right? They live on like in a country area, potentially running a farm, and they have at least one horse that they own. So in this particular video that I saw on Twitter, there was like a pet horse, and there was also a little kitty that it probably belongs to the owners of the farm. And the kitty was kind of just like lounging around on like the fence area of the farm, kind of like surrounding I think the main house section. So the cat was lounging around, kind of just walking around and minding its own business, kind of chilling. And then the horse in the video kind of walks over to where the cat is and stands nearby, and then kind of like walks in this position where the back of the horse, right, the butt of the horse is kind of facing the cat. And so what ends up happening is the cat jumps onto the back of the horse and kind of just sits there on the back of the horse chilling, and the horse just walks around very casually. And yeah, the cat is just, I don't know, he's best friends with the horse. They're hanging out, they're having a good time, they're enjoying enjoying each other's company. And it was a very, very, very adorable video that I got to see. So yeah. Okay, so we need to go this way. Now the question is, how long is it gonna take us to go there? Because I hope it's not a lengthy journey.
Yosh, Kage.
Yosh, Kage. Let's go, buddy. Yeah, what are these glowing objects? Like, there was that glowing tree earlier. I could not really interact with it. But sometimes you can pick up these random objects around. Yep, there's a glowing plant over there. You didn't miss much, Bean. Just talking about a cute little video I saw on Twitter of a cat and a horse being best friends. Do I need to go... Seems like I need to go around this rock formation. That was some beautiful instrumental music being played. Don't want to push Kage too hard. Okay, so like straightforward. Got it. Got it. Ah, we're on a cliff edge here. Okay, okay. Guess we gotta go around the rocks. Gotta go down the normal pathway. Further that way, huh? This is a beautiful area, like the natural kind of hot springs location. Very, very, very visually stunning. Kiyoshi Springs.
日吉の湯だ。宿の者なら先生の所在を知っているはず。
Nope, can't speak to him. Alright, stay there, Kage. Actually, you know what? I don't feel safe letting you sit there. You're right.
お侍、そちらは坂井家の太刀では。
詳しいようだな。
知らぬ者はおりません。それにしても聞きしに勝る美しさ。まさかこの目で見られるとは。
竹を切る稽古か、懐かしいな。
よろしければ一度お試しください。
Okay, okay. Cut bamboo. Too slow to cut through? No. Nice. Okay, so you have to do it basically in a combo. Okay. Ooh, nope. Okay. Let's retry that. Six bamboo. So LB AA LB YY LB. That's tough. Nope. Nope. Okay. We can do this, chat. There we go. Bamboo strike completed. Your resolve has increased. Ooh, nicely done. Hell yeah.
その太刀はまさに宝刀にございます。優れた刀鍛冶が仕上げたのでしょう。しかし腕を上げるには稽古あるのみかと。
鍛錬を怠るべからずか。
稽古台はいくつもございます。ぜひお探しになってください。ではお達者で。
Oh, so we aren't even gonna ask him about Ishikawa sensei. Okay, I guess. Okay, you can stay there, I guess. Where do I need to go? Hold on. Wind, guide me. Ah, there we go. Found it, chat.
お侍様、戦続きでお疲れのようで。さあ、この癒しの湯にお浸かりになってください。戦に備え、英気を養いたいでしょう。
ああ、常に万全であらねば。
ではこちらへどうぞ。湯に浸かるだけで身も心も洗われますよ。それにたびたび湯に入れば長く栄えて命を全うできると言われています。
友田の浜で猛虎がお侍に勝てたのは数で上回ってたからだそう。それは違う。俺は崖から戦を見て。
さあどうぞ。暖かくて心地よいですよ。
Oh shit. I didn't realize we were getting some manly cutscenes like this. Let's reflect on my father, since we don't really
あ
know
の
too
日を
much about
忘
it.
れることは決してない。俺が子供でなければ、弱く臆病でなければ、父上を守れた。
生き残った人は小金寺に逃げて寺は無事のようだけど。
Max health increased. Ooh, okay, this is really good.
なんという変わりよう。これで大軍にも打ち勝てましょう。
猛虎軍すべてが相手でも不足ない。礼を言う。
もったいないお言葉。湯は島のあちこちにございます。お探しください。ご養生は大切でございますよ。湯に浸かり、戦に備えたお体をお作りください。
Okay, alright, alright.
火薬玉を投げたんだ。
まさか素手でか。
ああ、何かに当たるまで炎と雷を出さないからな。
Alright, here we go,
奴
chat.
らは本当に化け物ってことだ。
お侍だって火矢を使えるじゃないか。
お侍？まさか。
What's up, buddy?
まさかあなたもお侍？生き残りは他にもいらっしゃったのか。
一体誰のことだ。
カシネに住んでいるとか。ぜひお会いになられてください。
行ってみるとしよう。
Jinroku. Interesting. Okay. Any dialogue with her? Doesn't seem like it. Alright, what's up, dude?
石川先生を探しておる。
浜で討ち死にされたのでは。
生きておる。道場はどこだ。
森の先です。
ご案内いたしましょう。ご出陣なさらなかったので？
そうだ。
戦の前日に村にいらっしゃったんですが、寡黙なご様子で、まあいつものことですけどね。先生の伝説はまことですかね？
伝説だと？
たった一本の矢で海賊の船を沈めたとか。
まことだ。もっとも射抜いたのは船ではない、海賊の頭だ。
怒らせないように気をつけにゃ。
後ろめたいことでも？
滅相もございません。
では心配には及ばん。
Man, I would love to live in like a house that's nearby a hot spring inn like this. Absolutely beautiful.
道場はあの山の上にあります。
菰田は燃やされ、アザモ浦は降伏。安全な場所はない。
助かった。ここまででよい。
あと一つお尋ねしても？先生はなぜ長尾家の指南役を退かれたんです？
さあ、わからんな。
いやいや、道場のために誇りある職を捨てちまうなんて。
Well, here's the thing. You gotta learn that in life, not everything should be about war, right? Sometimes you just gotta retire to a mountainside, and you gotta just live a peaceful life, full of reflection and being chillaxed. You got this, Kage. I believe in you.
Ishikawa sensei no dojo.
Investigate the dojo.
いさかいがあったか調べてみよう。これは血の跡、新しくはない。射抜かれた後に矢を抜いておる。足跡だ。いたものかいられたものか。住居へ逃れられたのやも。武士にしては質素ないより。
動くな。
石川先生。
堺の跡取りか。生きておったとは。
菰田で待っておりました。
向かう途中で賊に襲われてな。
その賊を待ち構えていたと？
備えあれば憂いなしと言うだろう。志村殿も討ち死にか。良き男だったが。
無事です。しかし囚われの身に。
望みはあるな。
実はその件でお力添えを。
できぬ。不肖の弟子に出奔されての。
手を貸しましょう。しかる後何卒ご助力を。
遅れを取るなよ。
The Tale of Sensei Ishikawa.
他に生き延びた者はおるか？
存じません。
では猛虎に手向かう者は？
残念ながら他にはござらん。
なら探さねばな。二人では救出などおぼつかぬ。
お弟子殿の居場所は？
巴の行く先など知れておる。
巴？女子か。生まれは百姓。だが弓は並ぶ者などおらぬ。大主でさえな。最後にお会いしたのは確か10年前。弟子志願だったな。ご記憶とは？門前払いしたやつは忘れぬ。なぜ私ではなく巴を弟子になさった？お主は有望、巴は神道よ。猛虎殺す。一番手は誰だ？
Alright, standoff time, baby. Let's go.
Bujuk, Savaku, Alaru.
Let's go.
Echido Samurai.
Gamer.
こやつら酔ったタヌキだな。
だがコモダでは負けました。
目覚めぬ虎ならタヌキにも劣る。
Damn, bro just insulted them. Said they're fucking fighting like drunk raccoons. Incredible. It's honestly so nice having, you know, like an archer helping you in battle. Because, as you guys saw there...
あの石膏が証拠だ。
砦は日吉の近く。
次は日吉が狙われるな。
Yeah, basically.
争った跡が。
襲われたか調べるんだ。
As you saw there, it was very annoying with having those archers.
矢筒があります。
わしが与えた回伝の証だ。
Kind of hiding in the back with the melee fighters up front.
血の跡。わずかだが
死者はおらぬな。
米と泡手つかずだ。
不意を打たれたな。どうなっておる？巴が矢筒を捨ておくとは。
敵から逃れるためか。
捕まったか。
では今頃
尋問か拷問、あるいは
まさか叔父上も同じ目に。
恐怖は猛虎の武器。たじろげば奴らの思うつぼぞ。
お弟子はいずこにいると？
中山だ。これでは近いぞ。わしが菰田におればな。
いらっしゃらずばこそ今共に戦える。
なぜ負けたかわかるか？
けだものには勝てませぬ。
それは違うな。
この目で見たのです。
キューバの道は見るのみにあらず、心を研いで感じるものよ。ここで止まれ。話がある。
いかがなされた？
この弓は数年前に長尾殿から賜ったものだ。
結構な弓です。
そうであろうとも、増えての者がかような弓を引くなど考えるだに心が痛むわ。
それほどの品を私に？
早とちりをするでない。だがお主の腕次第で貸してやってもよい。戦の前に試しておくか。
Moderate damage and draw speed. Once a gift from Lord Nagao to Sensei Ishikawa, now wielded by the sensei's new student.
手前にある灯籠を狙ってみろ。
Alright, hold LT to aim. Hold RT, then release to fire.
よし、次は奥の灯籠だ。左だぞ。まずまずだ。さらに遠くの的ではどうかの？
See if we can do this, chat.
的が遠ければ矢は落ちると教えたろう。集中せんか。
今のは肩慣らし。
どう思った？
手に馴染みますな。
そうであろう。大事にすることだ。行くぞ。
Damn. This dude is very blunt. He's like, "Yep, that's not your
この
bow."
弓があれば菰田でも。
良き弓だが、戦を決めるのは人だ。武具ではない。
猛虎の兵器は火を吹くのですぞ。
戦いはこれからよ。
This guy knows what he's talking about. He might be a little bit.
お弟子殿がいればよいが。
He might be a little bit kooky, but.
上からなら備えがよく見えよう。この辺りがよかろう。
私が入って門を開けます。あとは共に。
せいてはことを仕損じるという言葉があるぞ。
ではどうしろと。
まあ少し落ち着け。奴らは石膏を探しに兵を出すはずだ。門を開いた刹那に飛び込むぞ。
長引けばそれだけ巴殿が危うくなります。
心配は無用だ。戦場をよく見ろ。何か役に立つものはないか。
蜂の巣だ。いれば足止めになるやも。
針と矢で猛虎を穴だらけにする算段か。
樽で痛手を与えられるやも。
やる甲斐はあるの。
松明を撃ち落とせば火花が飛びましょ
う。火事を起こせるな。
騎兵の数が多い。
だが腕前はわしらが勝る。門が開いたら敵を引きつけろ。矢の雨を降らせてやろう。
しかる後に乗り込み巴殿を救
う。よし、あとは待つのみ。
門が開きます。
わしの合図を待て。
Ambush the Mongol patrol.
まだだぞ。今だ。奴らをメイドへ送ってやれ。
Нэг юм өссөн. Ой, өнөөгч хардаа. Яг уушаа.
Okay. Ooh, I got hit. Okay. Nicely done. Hell yeah. Ooh. That was painful. No, let me shoot my fucking arrow. Oof. That guy is dangerous.
まずまずだな。
中にも敵が。
すぐに消す。そして巴だ。
That's what I was trying to do. Man, that's really annoying that like you cannot what's it called? You cannot interrupt the spear. Oh shit, there's someone shooting arrows? You Nicely done. Where's the arrow guy? I literally don't see the arrow guy. Wait, I see him. There we go. Nicely done. Nicely done. Ow. Oh boy. No more arrows, it looks like. Nice. Okay, okay. Unlock water stance. I like that. Those archers are really annoying. I have no more arrows.
縛られ矢の的にされたか。
巴は待て、これは巴のもの。辺りを調べろ。
もうこの矢ではない。
これは巴の矢だ。
確かですか。
鹿の角の矢はずはわしが教えた。海わしの矢羽もな。
弓を奪われたのでしょうか。
それにしては狙いが正確。猛虎の兵なんぞにできぬ芸当だ。
巴に弓を使わせたのか。
Okay.
「巻物」。猛虎の言葉で弓について書かれている。あなたの名もここに。
わしの教えを猛虎に売ったということか。
How do we get inside? Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm.
誰かが住んでおったようだ。
女子の衣服。
巴のものだ。
釈放されていたのか。なぜだ。
聞こえたか。
島のものです。
寒い。
女を探しておる。弓取りだ。
俺と同じ檻にいた女です。でも奴は解放され弓を受け取ると女房を殺しやがった。他の奴らも。
あのムクロ。
己の腕を敵に売り込み寝返りおったか。
頼む。痛えよ。死にたくない。
長いは無用。行くぞ。
Oof. Seems like that poor guy was close to death.
殺しておれば
なんと。
自由を得るため巴は敵についたのだ。
なぜそのような。先生。
わしが追い詰めたのだ。
追い詰めた。ご説明を。先生。お答えください。
わしを襲ったのは賊ではない。巴だ。
なぜ。
武士の本懐を理解しておらぬからだ。
あなたのせいで寝返ったのでは。
己に何がわかる。
本意をお聞かせください。
わしの弓術を猛虎に奪われるわけにはいかぬ。
ならば止めねば。
お主の助太刀はいらぬ。
いや、いるはずです。勝利は人がもたらすもの。武具にあらず。
お主も立派に育ったな。 巴を仕留めるぞ。わしのやり方でな。
そして叔父上の救出にお力添えを。
まあ約束しよう。手はずを整えておく。時が来たら道場に来い。
我らだけでは勝てません。もっと味方を集めねば。
生きておるかはわからんが、足立政子殿を探せ。対馬随一の女武芸者だ。
Good horsey. It's very, very interesting that, you know, basically Homoe ends up, you know, kind of, maximum health increase, let's fucking go. She kind of starts out as, you know, this apprentice to Ishikawa sensei, and then for some reason she decides that she wants to start helping, the Mongols and take their side. Huh. I really wonder what her motivation is. Does she, you know, actually agree with the Mongolians? Does she, you know, believe what they believe and follow their ways? Or is she kind of just doing this out of the pure necessity for survival, right? New ghost weapon unlocked, kunai. L plus RB to throw 2 kunai at nearby enemies, leaving them staggered. Hell yeah. What's going on, Tito? Welcome on in, homie. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, man, the Tsushima goes well. I think that, you know, we have just barely, you know, started this adventure, right? We are not very far into the game. So I can't be too critical of what I've seen so far. I do have some thoughts. I have some skepticisms about the game, but generally speaking, I think that most of the, you know, most of the like mechanics, most of the features in this game are really well done, very polished. There's only some improvements that I think the game could have, but hopefully as time goes on, right, as you know, I play more of the game, things will improve, because it seems like there are different abilities, different weapons and stuff that we can unlock, that we can utilize as we continue progressing through. Your brother platinumed this game? You never finished it? I think your brother has some good taste in video games. I think so. Yeah, Tito, that's a great question though. What game are you currently working on? Are you playing anything off stream or maybe on stream that you're like, yeah, this is, you know, a new adventure for me and I want to invest some time into it. Battlefield 6. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, there's a friend of mine, an IRL friend, who is a very cool, chill dude, and basically he's my favorite first-person shooter streamer, right? You know, most of the time he would play games like you know, Call of Duty. He would play yeah, just the classic, typical FPS games. And then once Battle 6 came out, you know, he jumped on that hype train, and he absolutely was having a blast with it. Battlefield 6, I've heard some good things about the game. People seem to be enjoying it quite a lot. You know, personally speaking, right? I'm not really an FPS guy. I think that, you know, I can appreciate FPS games when they are well made and when they are objectively fun. But I don't really see, you know, I don't see FPS games in the same way that actual true fans of the genre see it. because, you know, to me, I feel like essentially every single time that an FPS game comes out, it kind of, from an outsider perspective, it feels like they're kind of doing the exact same thing, except for it's just that each game, when it releases, has newer and better graphics, and that's it. But like, you know, the weapons, you take a game, you take a weapon, you know, whether it's an assault rifle, a sniper, a rocket launcher, or anything, right? And you just fire away at the enemies and try to murder them. But yeah, I don't know. Like, the most that I've ever really gotten into FPS games and really enjoyed FPS is basically just Halo games. I'm someone who really loves and appreciates the Halo franchise. Outside of Halo, I don't really screw around with Call of Duty or Battlefield or you know, any of the other very, very popular, very classy FPS games. Let's see here. Okay. What messages did I miss? Um, Risk of Rain 2, which is pretty fun. No Man's Sky, you were on for a while, but it got kind of meh solo. Marvel Rivals is always one of those games where you're like, let me get on for a couple of matches, then you get off for the day. Yeah. I feel that. Yeah, I've never played Risk of Rain nor Risk of Rain 2. I've seen gameplay of those two games, and I think that, you know, to be very, very fair and give credit to Risk of Rain and Risk of Rain 2, I feel like those games, if you understand the mechanics, if you know how to, um, you know, get better at those games, then they can be extremely fun and very, very enjoyable. But if you are someone who is like, you know, walking blindly into those games, I would imagine it can feel kind of overwhelming, and you're like, whoa, what the hell did I just walk into, right? But I don't think I've ever heard anything negative about the Risk of Rain, you know, series. It seems like both games are pretty beloved by people. So yeah. No Man's Sky, I've never played that. I so you can feel free, Tito, to correct me if this is, you know, inaccurate. But I swear that like No Man's Sky, before the game came out, it was hyped up to be like one of the newest, best kind of space exploration video game type things, where like I guess apparently the entire selling point of that game was that the developers were saying you could kind of what's it called? Like, you could explore a completely boundless open world of like planets and space areas and whatnot. And it was like meant to be this massive game project. But then like, you know, when it first released, I heard that, you know, nothing was what it was kind of advertised to be, and players were furious about that. That's like the only thing that I heard about it. You know, I watched some YouTube videos of people who, mainly what I enjoy doing is I watch like YouTube videos where people will kind of review these games in a very comedic manner, like a very satirical manner. You know, they make jokes and whatnot. Like, for example, if you're familiar with Video Game Donkey on YouTube, I like watching his videos. And then there's like, I think I watched a No Man's Sky video from Internet Historian, who made one. I think so, if my memory is not wrong. But yeah. Okay, let me see here. What else did I miss? Marvel Rivals, I've never really been a big fan of, like, you know, games such as Overwatch, Fortnite, Valorant, right? Any of those types of sort of battle royale type games, never really been a big fan. So Marvel Rivals I stayed away from, not my cup of tea. I will say though that the female characters are well designed in Marvel Rivals. That's all I will say about that subject. Let's see. Battlefield 6 is really fun. The graphics look good. Guns feel great. The shooting, the physics of buildings crumbling on you and killing you is hilarious. Well, it's pretty good. Yeah, I think obviously it's unsurprising. I think that every single game that releases, every single new game is kind of prone to releasing and having at the very least minor small you know, bugs and glitches that are not really game breaking, you know, not really that problematic, right? They don't ruin the experience. And so I've seen, like, you know, some clips and stuff of funny little moments in Battlefield 6. But yeah, overall it seems to be very nicely polished, you know, graphics and everything. FPS gamers' sole purpose in life is to shit on other players by proving they have better aim. Yeah, yeah, that's fair. You type too fucking fast? Nah, man, I react too slowly. I read too slowly. No Man's Sky was hyped up a lot. When it dropped, it was buggy, missing half the stuff they promised, and it was straight up trash according to the community. After years of updates and additions, it pulled a Cyberpunk, and now it's actually pretty good and fun. Interesting. 18 quintillion planets. Yeah, ain't no fucking way that's gonna exist. No dev is gonna be able to promise that and actually pull through on it. Well designed. I see what kind of man you are. Yeah, yeah. We no comment. No comment. Love when your Wi-Fi decides to take a shit. Dude, that so here's the thing, Tito. I I actually had a moment. You were probably not there, but there was a moment during one of my Nine Soul streams where my internet basically just completely crashed. Like it was a complete total outage, and I think the outage lasted for like maybe I want to say like at most 15 or 20 minutes. But it forced me to end my stream, you know, while I was playing Nine Souls. And the thing that really like pisses me off is that so the internet company that I have is Xfinity Internet. That's what it's called. I don't know if you're familiar with that company, but what I've noticed is that every once in a while, you know, maybe once every couple of months, there will be this like random internet outage, right? There will be this random internet outage at around roughly maybe 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. or something in the morning. It'll be sometime when people are supposedly sleeping and not gaming. And so there'll be this random internet outage. And so, you know, I always every time that it happens, because it seems to happen, you know, kind of around the same time frame whenever it occurs. And I always think to myself, like, okay, there is no way that this outage is something unplanned, something unintended that the company is unaware of, and they did not have anything to do with it, right? And so my thought process is like, okay, if you are going to have an internet outage, and you know that it's like planned, it's intended, you know, the company is responsible for the outage, should you not notify the people, like the customers that you have, right? And, you know, so my brother is the one who kind of has the Xfinity account, and he's the one that kind of, I guess, gets the communications, gets the emails. As far as I've heard, or I mean, I haven't really heard anything from him, he has not told me anything about how like Xfinity communicates any of this shit to the customers, right? So my assumption is that Xfinity is not sending out emails saying like, hey, we are going to be conducting, you know, some kind of internet work, right? Maintenance crap. And so, you know, during this time, the internet is going to be unavailable. They don't seem to do that, at least from my guess. If that is true, if they don't do that, fuck them. They should be doing that. That is like just common courtesy as a fucking company. And then number two, let's say that they you know they are kind of like communicating it, or they're trying to, right? I feel like there's gotta be a better way to announce it and make sure that everybody is fully aware of it, right? And they should be doing it early on. They shouldn't be like, ah, well, on the exact day when the outage is happening, like 1 hour earlier, we're gonna be like, hey, everyone, we're shutting off the internet for like 30 minutes. Like they should give us ample time to know when it's gonna happen and prepare. Because yeah, that's absolutely ridiculous, and I really hate the way that the internet company operates. It's so crappy, you know. And it's like, let's say hypothetically that there's an internet outage where it was unplanned, right? Unintentional. It was something that the company was not, they were not the root cause of it. You know, maybe something fucked up on accident and internet outage occurs. You should, in that scenario, you should immediately alert the customers and be like, hey, guys, sorry, we did not cause this outage. You know, we did not plan for it. It just happened because something fucked up technically behind the scenes. We are working to fix it, right? I just feel like this internet company, they are dog shit at communications. And I think they need to do a much better job because, yeah, it's ridiculous that you know, you have these internet outages that are kind of like random, and you know, it just they seem to happen consistently around the same time frame, once every couple of months or whatever. No comment, LMAO. Almost everyone has Xfinity. Yeah, yeah. Random maintenance outages. They don't. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's always a fun time. I love it. I love it so much. Sounds good, Tito. Sounds good. Appreciate you stopping by, homie. Oh boy. Sorry, chat. I glimpsed at something on Discord and man. Sometimes you see shit, you know, that gets shared on Discord or any platform for that matter. You see shit online and you're like, "Bro, the world is so fucked. Like why do we live in such a like shitty world full of like shitty human beings, you know? Crazy stuff." Okay. Um anyways. So I think we can keep going, chat. I think that we can continue our playthrough of Tsushima. Um and yeah, we'll go on to whatever the next whatever the next objective is. We do have 1 point that we can spend. Ooh, interesting. Oh, and we can spend points here. Throw 1 additional kunai. Interesting. Okay, okay. Let's see here. Oh, you need 2 to unlock this. Oh, that's actually really cool. Okay. After a successful standoff, 1 enemy will rush in and open themselves for a killing blow. Ooh, that's dope. So you basically get like a 2-for-1 kill. Briefly slow time while aiming to improve accuracy. Roll just before landing to avoid damage from all but the highest of falls. It's pretty cool. Detect more distant enemies by listening with a deeper focus. Ooh. All 4 of these sound really, really nice. There we go. I'm going to take this one because I feel like, you know, obviously traversal, running around a map area, is something that we do quite a lot. And so I think this will be more universally applicable for, you know, our gameplay compared to the others. I really did like the arrow one as well as the standoff one, but we'll get those later. Okay. Let's see here. So now I guess that we need to go to the map and we need to pick our next objective. What is this one? Minor stealth charm, minor legend increase, 10 linen. What is this? Komoda town, okay. Komatsu forge. Golden Temple. Ah, here we go. Samurai clan armor. The Tale of Lady Masako. Masako? I think it's pronounced Masako rather than Masako. Nice, nice, nice. Ooh, okay, okay. Inari shrines needed to earn a minor charm slot. Interesting. I'm not sure what I need to do to get one of the Inari shrines, but we'll figure it out. Minor stealth charm, minor legend increase. Let's try tracking this one. Let's try going here. That way, you know, we can gain a little bit of our legend increase. And then if we go to the, like, next main mission, that might potentially give us one, you know, might upgrade our legend completely. Potentially. I could be wrong. Okay, which way is the wind blowing? This way, maybe? Yeah, this way. It would be really nice if I could kind of change the timing of the day to where it's oh, there's wild animals. Oh, I did not realize that. Yeah, I think it would be really nice if I could change the daytime and essentially make it to where it's easier for me to you know, kind of see things around and traverse. Appreciate you, Kage. I can't really see shit here, so. I did not mean to jump.
Yoshi, いい子だ。
I think if I go this way. This is the way towards the inn, I'm pretty sure. I thought that I pressed the right button.
武士らしくはないが使い手が。
Perdu, Touché. Perdu. Somoda, Intello Dash. Dash. Adjutalassen.
No, you don't. Nice. Good shit. Ow, that hurt. That hurt a lot. I have no heals. Where did that big boy go? There he is.
Oi! Look at that! We have movement!
Oh, there's more of them. Ah, you bitch. That big guy, I don't like him. Okay, that spear guy is trouble. Oh, dude, that's so annoying. Yeah, that's really annoying. So one of the big issues that I'm having with the combat that I'm dealing with here is, you know, when you avoid, you know, when you avoid an attack, one of those red attacks, right? You kind of have to roll away. You know, it's not very advisable to roll forward or roll like side to side, right? And when you kind of roll, you put some distance, you know, between you. There we go. Nicely done. Nicely done. All right, you have to put distance, right, between you and between the enemies. And so it's very hard to kind of like get in close and get like a cut in, you know, get a slice. God, that's so annoying. Come on. I pressed the wrong button there. God damn it. There we go. There we go. Much better. Absolutely beautiful. Okay, there we go. That took a while of us running around, but I think we got it. Now the big question is, are there any left? Any bozos left that want to fight? What's going on, Drew? What's poppin', homie? How you doing? How's TwitchCon 2025? I hope you're having a blast with it, man. I don't know if it's over yet. I potentially think it could be finished by now. But if you're still hanging out in San Diego, if you're enjoying, you know, the lovely scenery, lovely weather in San Diego compared to frickin' garbage, rainy, crappy Seattle weather. I really hope that you're having a blast with TwitchCon stuff. But yeah, man, thanks for stopping by. Yeah, for anyone who is not in the Washington State area, the last couple of days, basically the weather has been so dog shit. Like, I think literally the entire day, I've just heard raindrops on my window all the time. Like, it's like non-stop. And I remember, you know, I think it was this morning, or maybe it was yesterday morning, at like 7 or, you know, 8 a.m., right? 7 or 8 a.m. in the morning, I looked, you know, through my window, and I was like, bro, why does it look so dark and depressing? It did not look like it was morning time. It looked like it was like the dead of night. And I was like, wow, this looks bad. So yeah. Let's see here. Still in San Diego? Can't be that bad out there, dude. Oh, it's Seattle, man. You know it's bad. There's no way that you can compare Seattle to California weather and be like, yeah, Seattle's pretty good, you know? No. Category says just chatting, by the way. Figured you pop it and let me know. Oh, I appreciate it. Yeah, I should probably update that. I changed it to just chatting because I took a little bit of a break from Tsushima, and I had to go and use the restroom really quickly. But yeah, let me pop back into the Ghost of Tsushima category. There we go. Thanks for telling me that. I fixed it now. Honestly, I feel like with the amount of random blabbering that I do on my streams, I could be a just chatting streamer. Maybe it's just chatting with a background of Tsushima, you know? But yeah. Thanks for stopping by, Drew. I can't wait to hear the stories that you have to tell. You know, can't wait to hear the stories you have to tell about TwitchCon when you come back. That's gonna be fucking awesome. And I hope you got, you know, lots of cool pictures with celebrities, you know? Maybe meet good old Kanye West, Kim Kardashian, Dr. Dre, who else? Good old K-Dot, right? All the big name celebrities out there in San Diego. You know what I mean. No stories, everything is super no, you can't say that, Drew. No. Not when you you know, paid so much money to go and attend such a prestigious event. No. There's no way it can be that boring. Surely not. Okay, so where am I supposed to go now? Fast travel. So what happens when I fast travel? Do I... Oh my god, it's so dark, chat. Look at how dark everything looks. Oh my god. Yee, Dr. Dre? Nah, man, not that kind of conference. Oh, yeah, it's probably fucking late at night, Drew. I hope you get some sleep. Yeah, man, it's like fucking almost 2 a.m. in the morning. Hope you get some good rest. Enjoy your time out there, man. And, yeah.
北に向かおうと思ってるんだ。
ここに逃げてきた奴らの話だと
Have a great night, man. Thanks for stopping by.
島に安全な地はないってことか。どこに行きゃいい？
Okay, chat, I am 100% completely, totally lost right now. Like, literally all I want to do is I want to figure out, like, I thought that, you know, I remember I pulled up the map earlier and I was looking at the Traveler's Inn, and it said on the map that like if you go to this area, you can get a max HP increase. And so I was like, oh, okay, yeah, that sounds good. And I was thinking that like, you know, it was gonna be similar to the hot spring inn that we went to, where, you know, you go there and you soak a little bit in the water, and then you improve your max HP. I do not see that anywhere around here. So I think this area is a bust. I think we've got nothing to collect here, nothing to do here. All right, Kage, let's go, buddy. Yeah, for any of you out there who are not following my boy Just Drew Main, go and follow him. He's a fucking awesome dude. Very, very cool, chill streamer. You know, makes some very, very entertaining live streams. I always love popping in, saying hello, checking out what new hot stuff he's playing, what new hot stuff he's chatting about. He's a homie. He's a great dude. Great dude.
Kage, sa! Koi!
All right, standoff time. Nice done. Oh, these guys are silent. Okay. Ow, that hurt. Ow. Damn it. These guys are so annoying, and one thing that I don't enjoy about like, you know, those archer enemies is when I would go into the tall grass, right? See, like when you roll, for some reason it makes you automatically crouch down, and I think that's absolutely horrible. I don't like that at all. That to me, I feel like it is a design flaw, and I feel like that is not how the game should treat that action, right? Just because you're rolling to avoid an attack, that does not mean that you want to crouch down and try to be stealthy in the tall grass, right? Like, you might be in the middle of combat, and when you know, basically when you, like, end up crouching down in the tall grass, it limits your movement, right? It makes your movement speed so much slower. So that means that when you are in combat around these, like, grass fields or whatever, right, trying to roll in order to dodge enemy attacks, it's a problem. It's a detriment. It's something that, you know, makes you, it kind of like hinders your ability, right? Which I do not like at all. Bring it on, baby. I think I'm dead, chat. Oh, it's a red attack. Oh, this guy's dangerous, chat. Oh, this guy's dangerous as fuck. So I made a major mistake there, where essentially I was not ready for Nice. Easy money. Yeah, so essentially the first time around, that first attempt at dealing with these enemies, I tried to do a standoff, and what happened is I pressed the Y button too early before the standoff started, and so it did not, you know, it did not have my character ready his sword to attack, and so when I realized that my character was standing there, not with his sword ready, I tried to press the Y button and hold it to get ready, and it acted as if I pressed the Y button one time, and so it made me attack the enemy early, and I got, you know, killed because of that. So yeah. Water stance is highly effective against shields. Effective against shield men. Heavy attacks deal extra stagger damage. Okay. Hold RT to change stances. Got it. Got it. Oh, there's an arrow guy. Okay, is there anything else in this area that I need to do? Completed. Okay, okay. And now I can fast travel here. That's really nice. Okay, steal his supplies. Man, everything is so dark red. It's very difficult to see things. Alright, never mind. I guess we will continue on our journey towards the main area. Where'd you go, buddy? We got this, boy. Yeah. Riding towards the sunset. I could not tell if those were, you know, just like wolves, you know, stray animals or whatever, or if it was like actual enemies that we have to fight and deal with, you know. Is it this way? Basically, it's to the left of us here.
Kage, sa! 黄色のウグイスだ。あんな鳥は初めて見た。後を追ってみよう。走れ！
Investigate the area.
「実に穏やかだ。かような地があるとは。
Stay there, Kage.
Oh yeah! 鎧を着ていらっしゃるので、てっきり人禄様かと。ようこそお侍様。
人禄様とは。
まさかご存知ないのですか？名のあるお侍ですよ。
合わせてくれ。そろそろ戻るか。
じきに、ぜひ夕げを共にされて、人禄様の武勲をお聞きくださいませんか。
I wonder if this Jinroku guy is maybe someone who's kind of posing as a samurai.
いやいや、危うき戦であった。だが傷一つついていないぞ。
ああ、お客人がいらっしゃるとは。よくぞ参られましたな。
うん。礼を言う。他に生き延びた武士がおったのだな。
とても激しい戦でしたね。浜は血を吸って赤く染まり、あれは思い出したくもない光景です。
菰田におったのか。
もちろん。失礼よ。長旅でヘトヘトでして。さあ、湯へ案内させましょう。続きはその後で。
さあ、お連れいたしましょう。
Yeah, this guy's a fraud. 100% a fraud. Where did the lady go? Here she is.
人禄殿とはどのようなお方だ。
あの方がいらっしゃらなければ、今頃対馬は猛虎に乗っ取られてるって聞きました。
太刀を携えてはおらんのか。
武具は民に譲って大事な馬だけを残したとか。馬屋によりますよ。
湯は後でよい。馬を見てまいる。
Investigate the stables. Yeah, this dude is absolutely a fake. 100%.
バグはよく見るものだ。これはダバだ。戦向きではない。
Yep. This guy is a fake.
「この蔵は樋口殿のものだ。人禄は武士ではない。口を割らせるか。
Oh shit. Did he kill a samurai and steal his stuff? Oh shit. Uh-oh. We might have to fight him, chat.
人禄はどこだ。
先ほどお出かけになられましたよ。火球の用があるようで。
探すか。
Must have been important. Yeah, my ass cheeks, it was important. Do you think maybe he ran to the stables, chat? He might have been trying to, like, get his farm horse and get the hell out of there. Nope, he's not over here, it seems. Where could that guy have gone, chat? This might be a bamboo tree. No, it's yew wood. Okay, okay. Where did this guy go, chat? I don't think that I'm able to mount Kage. So, let's see.
話がある。なぜ逃げる？止まれ！よせ！まだ間に合うぞ！殺したくはない。諦めろ。
俺が何したって言うんだ。
Where did this guy go?
よし、一騎打ちを申し込む。
この俺と？
はあ、やるしかねえんだ。
望みならば受けて立とう。
I mean, he's gonna lose. Duel at the Kashine Onsen. Holy shit, bro. This guy gave up so fast.
何者でもねえ。どこにでもいるただの百姓だ。
お前は武士の名を語り、その名を汚した挙句、あの女衆を騙しておったのだぞ。
分かってる。頼む。五将だから殺さないでくれ。集落には二度と戻らね
え。行け。次にその鎧姿を見かけたら容赦はないと思え。
Oh boy.
俺が何したって言うんだ。
知れ者め。女衆にも知らせねば。
Come over here, Kage. We go back. How do I get down this mountain, perchance? That looks very dangerous. No, Kage, do not hurt yourself. There you go. Good boy. Good boy. I think it's this way, right? Was I running the wrong direction there? Return to the farm.
Sakai様、お戻りで。
人禄は武士ではなかった。騙されておったのだ。
ああ、聞いてしまったのですね。
知っておったのか。
害はなさそうですし、私らも退屈していたのでね。殺したのですか。
生きておる。だが戻ることはなかろ
う。では戦に行ったとでも広めておきましょう。あいつがいなくても楽しくやっていきますよ。
Well, that's good. At least we kind of helped them out a little bit by getting rid of someone who's a fraud, essentially. Charm of Shadows. Stealth Charm. Okay. Alright, alright. Let's see here. Oh, wow. What are these? The Broken Blacksmith. Major Legend Increase. Ronin Attire. Major Legend Increase. Blood on the Grass. Okay. Very nice. Very, very, very nice. So we can't fast travel to this location. That's fine. That's not a problem. Track location. Go ahead and open it. Kage, where did I leave you, buddy? There you are. My beautiful horse. Okay. So, chat, here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that we, you know, basically travel towards the next objective, right? The next big mission. So we travel there. And, you know, if we can... I think ideally, if we can find a save point maybe before that particular mission, then we can, you know, pause the game there and conclude today's stream at that point. I think that'll be a good stopping point. Greasy T, the homie, the legend. Absolutely incredible individual. What's going on, T? How you doing, man? Are you, I'm assuming that just like Drew, who stopped by earlier, you are in the one and only San Diego, California. Yeah, man. I hope you're enjoying TwitchCon. I hope it's a blast for you, man. I hope you're enjoying good food out there, good weather, all that stuff. Yeah, it seems like everyone out there in California is having a blast, right? They're just enjoying the time of their lives. Repping for Seattle. Hell yeah, man. Alright, this looks like a big group of individuals. Nicely done. Is there an archer among them? Because if there's an archer, this is bad. Okay, take care of the archers. Damn. These enemies are powerful. Water stance is effective against shield men. Hold RT and press B. Nice. Alright, I need to separate these two. That big guy is very fast for his size. Oh, that's an unblockable attack. Okay, that's good to know. Ooh, okay, I was not faster than him. Okay. Okay. Good. Good. Nicely done. Let's fucking go. Bye-bye. Give me my supplies, bitch. This is a very interesting stance. It's not really like, you know, a stance that I would picture is normal, but very interesting nonetheless. Arrows, I'll take that. Supplies, I'll take that. Hell yeah, baby. Okay, where did I leave my boy Kage at? He just disappeared. Let's see. Been a good time. Food has been hitting. People have been real nice, and the TwitchCon energy is electric. See, you're mastering the way of the ghost already. Dude, this game, like, I'm not gonna say it's perfect, because I do have some observations about the game that I am skeptical about right now. But it is very, very, very beautifully polished. I think that while it is not perfect, because many games are not perfect, this game does its absolute best to be as close to perfection as it possibly could be. So yeah, I'm really, really enjoying the journey so far, and I think that, you know, it's gonna be a lot of fun to keep going. You know, I'm not sure how far that you got in this game, T, but I do hope that one day I get to watch you finish your playthrough. If you're interested in playing the rest of the game, right? As it is currently left off, you know. One thing I will say is, you know, the day-night cycles in this game, it can be quite rough to experience the day-night cycles. You know, when it's nighttime, it is incredibly dark and quite difficult to see things clearly. So I would say that, you know, the day-night cycles in this game probably would be a potential critique of mine, but it's not something so far that is, you know, ruining the game for me, right? It's kind of just like an interesting design choice, I suppose. Okay, let's keep following this pathway here, and hopefully we don't run into any more trouble. we want to go up this hill or do we? You know what? Let's go up the hill. Why not? Definitely want to finish it. You're on the last third of it. Just open the last part of the map. Dope, 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 dope. Hell yeah, man. I mean, listen. If games like Tsushima are, you know, not your cup of tea, then that's totally fine. That's totally understandable, right? I don't blame anyone for putting this game down and being like, yeah, I tried it. I gave it an earnest shot, but it's not for me. Oh shit, he knows
無
who
事
I
であ
am.
ったか。長尾家の下男の権次郎と言ったな。長尾殿のことは無念であった。
俺のようなもののことを覚えててくださったんですね。あなたのおかげで大勢が助かってます。
戦はまだ始まったばかりだぞ。
だから俺もお手伝いしたいんです。みんなで使えそうなものを集めました。どうぞお受け取りください。
これは助かるな。皆に礼を伝えてくれ。
他に役に立ちそうなものがあれば、あなたの立ち寄りそうなところに置いておきますね。対馬をどうぞお守りください。
A new gift is available. Select. Glowering warrior. Crafted for a proud samurai of Tsushima. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Upgrades available 1. Upgrades available 2 from the swordsmith. Very nice. Interesting. So, is this a location? Oh, I can fast travel here. Let's fucking go. That's dope. Hell yeah. I like that. Oh yeah, man. Absolutely. Like, this game, I knew from the beginning that it was gonna be really, really fun. Really enjoyable. So, yeah, I'm glad I'm getting the opportunity to play it on stream. Gotta crash out. Yeah, it is 2 a.m. in the morning, dude. Get some rest. I really hope you get to enjoy, you know, the activities, right, of TwitchCon. I suppose it's technically today, since it's 2 a.m. in the morning, but I'm gonna say tomorrow, right, after you wake up. But yeah, man.
良い弓に勝る武具はございません。私ならばあなたの弓の力を引き出せます。
それは頼もしい。ぜひ見てくれ。
もったいないお言葉。では素材をお持ちくださいませ。その後は私が。
Half bow. Let's see. 150 supplies and 25 bamboo. Nice. Okay. I should probably check chat to see basically what is required for my sword, because if the sword requires you know, the same material, then I would probably want to upgrade the sword first. No worries, T. Hope you have a great night, dude. Enjoy the game, catch some more soon. Yeah, for sure, homie. For sure. Yeah. Always a wonderful thing to see the IRL friends pop by. Legends Storyteller. Interesting.
堺家に伝わる宝刀、素晴らしい一品です。
見ただけでわかるのか。
私には刀の顔がわかるのです。人と同じくそれぞれ違うのですよ。堺様、素材をお持ちくだされば喜んでその宝刀を鍛えて差し上げましょ
う。Okay, what do we need here? Sakai Tanto and the katana. 150 10, 150 30. Ooh, okay. So I need a lot of supplies. It doesn't seem like I have
これで我らも安全です。
I keep finding linen around here, but I don't see any supplies. I can see why, you know, in this game, you would kind of run around and want to complete different side objectives if they give you, you know, the supplies that you want or need.
お侍様、ちょうど西行様のお言葉を思い出していたところです。心を清めるにはまず体を清めろとか。
里いいお方のようだな。晩年はもっぱら湯に浸かって過ごしたのだろ
う。ですが少しは特進がいきませんか。癒しの水、清めの湯気、紅葉の葉から漏れる光。戦に向けて心を研ぎ澄ますには湯に浸かるのが一番でしょう。
そうかもしれんな。湯に入りたくなってきた。
いつか菰田の浜の血は洗い流される。
Interesting.
何
Okay.
事もなかったかのように。
So I think what I'll do, chat, is for now.
酒井様、ご無事で。
For now, let me upgrade my blade, and then I can upgrade the other stuff after.
太刀のことならお任せを。鋭さと切れ味が増しました。
Nice.
酒井様、十分な素材をお持ちください。
Damn, so I'm missing iron and I'm missing supplies.
また来よ
う。what a shame.
またいつでもお越しください。
島がこんなに早く乗っ取られるなんて嘘みたいだ。あの時、私は
Okay, let me see here, chat. Let's go to options. Oh, I can save game. Ooh, nice. Okay. Okay, very, very nice. That's good.
船が見える前から太鼓の音がした。恐ろしい音が。佐藤さが門を閉じるよう言って。だけど結局何の意味もなかった。奴らの武具が相手じゃねえ。火を吹くやつを使ってたろ。偉そうな男が。武具は使ってこなかった。確かあれは私たちのことが。
クロードたちの伝承をご存知でしょうか。どうもかしこもムクロだらけだ。もう怖い人じゃねえ。
Enter Legends mode. Yeah, no thanks, chat. No thanks. To me, I think what Legends mode sounds like is it sounds like a boss rush mode. Or it sounds like, you know, basically doing a harder difficulty than what we're currently on. And I do not think that that is something that we want to do. So we need to go this way, right? And then slightly to the left. All right. Adachi Estate. Okay, we're here.
Adachi家の親方、政子殿がおるはず。政子殿、足立家のご一族、誰かおりませぬか。
Search the guest house, search the main house. Okay, okay. Let's go ahead and do some searching, chat. That sounds like battle music. Am I in for a fight? Yep, I knew it.
Masako 殿はどこだ。答えぬか。
Wait, what? He hit me? Interesting. Search the main house. Surely there's not going to be a jump scare of enemies, right? Surely not, chat.
何者かが押し入ったか犯人を突き止めねば。なぎなた、足立家の女のものだな。家族を守ろうとしたのか。
Nice. Yeah, for those who don't know, in Elden Ring, one of my favorite combat games to play, there is a Naginata weapon. I think it's called the Cross Naginata. And it's actually very, very, very powerful. And I believe that you can dual wield them if you want to. But the playstyle of the Naginata is something that requires quite a bit of skill. So it's not like the best weapon ever. It's just very powerful if you equip it with the right like status effects and the correct build, so to speak. So yeah.
窓から子供を逃がそうとしたようだ。生き延びた者は馬で逃げたのやもな。馬屋を調べよ
う。Better check the stables. Where are the horses?
馬屋は空だ。誰かが奪ったか。
Okay. Wait, so what are we doing now? Search the stables. What do you mean search? Maybe over here? Oh, what's this?
乾いた血。 蹄の後、逃げた者がいたのか追ってみよ
う。Follow the footprints.
足跡、追っ手がいたようだ。旧兵に狙われたのか。この乗り手、巧みに矢を避けておる。
Oh, there's a horsey.
馬のムクロ。これは足立家の馬だな。死んで数日。政子殿、私です。
お主は堺家の。菰田の生き残りはおらぬと聞いていたが、夫は
武名に恥じぬ見事なお働きでしたが、討ち死にを。
さようか。なぜここへ？
叔父上が囚われの身に。手を結びましょう。私は叔父上を、そちらは敵を。
足立家はもう終わりだ。対馬の者が手にかけおった。
裏切り。己を守る侍をなぜ。
それはこれから突き止める。
助太刀いたす。
いらぬ。我らの争いに余計な首を突っ込むな。
対馬の武家は相見たがい。私も残された者の痛みは知っております。
お主まで死んでは申し訳が立たぬ。
死にませぬ。
ついてこい。
Nicely done, chat. We found Lady Masako. Very well done.
「親方に賊がおりました。
生き残りを探しておったのであろうな。夫が息子らと菰田へ出立した夜のこと。刺客どもが来たのだ。子供や孫らを姉に託し、二人の息子の嫁らと共に戦ったのだが、多勢に無勢。私だけが生き延びた。
さながら菰田の戦。
私の戦は終わっておらぬ。皆をここに埋めた一族の眠る場所だ。必死に助けようとしたが、皆死角から逃げきれず道端で切り殺された。姉も孫すらも。赤子もいたのだ。まだ生まれたばかりの母と子と、私がこの手で埋めたのだ。
あるまじきことです。
姉も亡き夫と共に眠りたいはず。北の地で。なれど今は足立の墓に。来い。 これから黄金寺へ向かう。
お一人残されるとは。
一人ではない。刺客が生きておる。
罪の報いを与えねば。
奴らがのうのうと生きておるなど一族の恥。
御身の咎ではない。
この手で成敗せねば顔向けできぬわ。
Well, the good news is we've already been to the temple before.
お主一人で行ってくれ。草原という僧を探し、足立家の顛末を伝えてほしい。
どういうおつもりですか。
やもめの頼みは聞け。草原と話したら甲冑師を見つけろ。修繕を頼んだ鎧がある。お主にくれてやろう。
かたじけない。では
私は寺の裏口で待っておる。
Alright. Let's go in, chat. So look for the monk named Solgen, and then find the armorer. Got it.
酒井様、お達者のようで。
純真。
住職殿か。
その実は下男と何ら変わりませんよ。私は純真と申します。この寺が民の助けになればと。
広めておこう。
寺まで赴けない者は有明の野営へ。少ないですが食べ物も備えました。
ありがたい。時に僧を探しておってな。草原という名だ。
境内を吐いておるはずです。
かたじけない。民を頼むぞ。
猛虎は初めて見るような武具を持ってる。侍に勝ち目はな
Speak with the sleeping monk.
武具を作らせてるって聞いたぞ。
Oh, here's the armor.
鎧を整えてもよろしいでしょうか。
政子殿の使いだ。お主が足立家の鎧を直しておると聞いた。
さようです。誠に素晴らしい鎧でございました。取ってまいります。
Samurai clan armor. Sturdy armor that once belonged to a son of Lady Masako. Damn.
よくお似合いでございますよ。島に2つとないものです。大事になさってください。もしもお気に召さないことがあればいつでも直しましょう。その際は素材をお持ちください。
助かった。
Interesting. I have to say it is a little bare bones. However, it's a good starting starting armor. All right, Mr. Sweeping Monk, where are you at?
狐の数が前より増えてると思わない？
I'll take those supplies. Thank you very much. Where's the prompt? There it is.
草原か。
さようで。
酒井と申す。
お侍。何用で。
政子殿からことづてだ。足立家の親方が襲われて他の者は死んだと。
猛虎が。
いや、裏切りだそうだ。
おいたわしや。
戦支度をした奴らが寺に来なかったか。
そのような覚えは勤めに忙しくしておりますゆえ。政子様ならば喜んでこの寺にかくまいましょう。
手間を取らせたな。
めっそうもない。
Interesting. I feel like maybe this monk knows more than he's letting on. Possibly.
もう泣かないの。
一人ではないぞ。
新しい家族が来たね。あのおばあさんまたになって。みんなに花の軟膏を勧めてくる人だろ。
So I need to go to the front of the temple, right?
鎧を仕立て直しましょうか。
All right, let's see
鎧は
what
得たな。
let's see what she says.
良い具合です。
それは私の長男重里のもの。
かたじけない。そうと話しました。
何と言っておった。
喜んで寺でかくまうと。
そうして居所を敵に漏らすわけか。ついてこい。
There you are, Kage, my beautiful boy.
襲撃の陰に草原がいると。
刺客が来る前に奴が館を訪ねてきた。あの坊主は石膏なのであろう。
そうと決まったわけでは。
ああ、だが疑いたくもなるさ。奴は秋の初めに神館から突然やってきたのだ。
猛虎の噂が流れ始めた頃。
だが足立の所領はそうやすやすとは奪えぬ。
そこで戦に乗じた。
Oh, are we gonna be taking him out?
あの坊主抜け抜けと。
草原め、急いでおる。
まるで巣へ戻る狼よ。
どうか空腹なんです。
そなたを苦しめて
ここからはしゃがめ。
でも幾日も飲まず食わずで。
私を利用しましたな。
恐怖心を煽って尻尾を出させたまで。おかげで住処に向かっておるぞ。
こちらへ見られぬように。
誰にも見られておらんな。
隠れて。
見られたか。
いいえ、走り出しました。
行くぞ。
今のなんだ鹿か。
Just the deer, nothing to worry about, chat. We are the stealthiest, stealthy samurai to ever exist.
隠れましょう。
あれは古宿。
近づきましょう。
こっちだ。
Go to the left side of the inn's entrance.
まさかお前生きておる。武士を連れておるぞ。
館で仲間を殺した武士だろうな。
アホどもめ、わしの肩入れが筒抜けだ。見つけ出してこい。
声を抑えてくれ。
わしは中で休む。奴らを殺すまで戻るな。
あやつらが一族の敵。坊主は生かせ、他は殺す。
そちらの精鋭を出せ。
お前を殺せば名を残せるかもな。
我が一族の敵。
殺してやる。俺たちにかなうものか。
見つけてやる。当然あいつか。見失った。逃がしてほしいか。
This is not good. Nope, not good. Not good. Alright, let's retry that, chat.
逃げて。その太刀、お前が知って。
我が一族の敵。
Nicely done. No, you don't. Okay. Not good. Okay. Ooh, not good. Nicely done. Alright, here we go, chat. Did he climb on the roof? Oh no, it's like a second floor.
なぜ足立家を襲った？
わしはただの使い走り。
主は
それを知って何の役に立つ？
己に問われる筋合いはないわ。
政子殿。
私は家族を埋めたのだ。一人をな、幾日もかけて。 己など野犬どもの餌にしてくれるわ。
殺してはいけない。主を吐かせねば。
この世は地獄よ。強き者が正さねばならん。邪魔立てするなら殺すまで。
わらびさえもか。
やめよ。
どうせ口を割りはせぬ。
手がかりがいる。糸口を探さねば。あなたは外を、私は中を調べる。
済んだら知らせろ。
You could have like not killed him straight up, but basically like kind of, you know, used precision cutting to torture him into giving up information.
名前と家紋だ。
Solgen Sadao Mai Kajiwara Omura.
政子殿に聞くか。
Speak with Lady Masako. Okay. She down the ladder. I think she's down the ladder. Where did you go?
何か見つかったか。
何者かの名と家紋が。
確か奴らにもこの家紋が初めて見るものだ。
どこぞの家が乗っ取りを図っているのか。捨ておけません。
私がな。
お一人は無謀です。もし叔父上がいれば、このようなこと決してそのままにはいたしませぬ。お力を、しかる後ご一族の仇を。
いいだろう。志村殿の救出に向かう折には私も参ろ
う。かたじけなきお言葉。
ではさらばだ。やることがあるでな。
Nicely done, chat. We got our new recruit, Lady Masako. Hell yeah. Recruit Lady Masako. Ooh, 3 technique points. Let's fucking go, chat. Easy money. Alright, Tales of Tsushima are now available. Help people across the island and build your legend. Okay. You've acquired a new weapon. You can manage your weapons and ammo here. You can equip charms to augment your abilities. Interesting. Empty charm slot. Inari shrines. Ah. Yeah, I need to go to more of these fox shrines. Ooh, I'll take that, yeah. I'll take that as well. Okay, okay. Alright, techniques. Let's see here. Perfect parries recover a small amount of health. Ooh. Okay, okay. Dodging slash. Ooh, okay, okay. I only have 3 points right now, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take that one, I'm gonna take that one, and I'm gonna take this one. There we go. The sprint strike is nice, but I think that compared to these other 3, it is lower priority, just slightly. So yeah, very, very nicely done. Okay. And then, I believe, let me see here. I believe we can go here and save game. There we go. Manual save 0001.sav. Hell yeah. Very nicely done. Nicely done, chat. Yeah, chat, that was a really, really, really good, you know, first day of Ghost of Tsushima. To be completely honest with you guys, I did not know how long I would be able to play this game, right? Because, as I mentioned, and I'll bring this up again one last time, just in case anyone out there is potentially, you know, lurking. Unfortunately, I will not be able to go live and stream on Saturday. I think that my entire Saturday, I'm going to be very, very busy with, you know, basically just all sorts of different things. I've got homework assignments, I've got, you know, spending time with family, and I've got a party in the evening time. With that being said, I'm very glad that I got to stream for you guys today, and I'm glad we got to start off our journey. Ghost of Tsushima so far is looking like an extremely, extremely beautiful game. You know, I kind of brought up some observations, right? Some things about the game that I, you know, mentally noted down. As aspects that I may be a little bit concerned about, a little bit skeptical about. And to, you know, kind of quickly summarize what they were, there was kind of two primary things. Number one is that I feel like when it is dark in the game, when it's nighttime in the game, it is quite difficult to see where you are, where you're going, and what you're doing, right? So I think that the UI for the game could have been designed a little bit better so that, like, when you're, you know, walking around, running around, galloping around in the night, there are, like, these indicators or outlines showcasing enemies, showcasing, you know, NPCs, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, so that's one thing that I noticed, where it's like if you play this game and it's really dark, it's sometimes hard to see, right? The other thing that I noticed is that in combat, you don't have a target lock-on, and so you have to manually control your camera the entire time, and I am not a big fan of that. I think that being able to focus solely primarily on the combat of the game without being forced to multitask, forced to, you know, juggle both the combat and the camera controls, I think that is a much better formula. Which is why, you know, I look at something like the combat system in Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice, and that game, to me, it's a masterpiece, right? The combat mechanics in Sekiro, they are beautifully polished and very well done. When you are in combat in Sekiro, you do not have to multitask with the controls. You don't have to juggle many different, you know, aspects of the combat mechanics that make it frustrating, right? That make it feel like you are being overwhelmed with so many different mechanics, so many different abilities, so many different attacks, all that sort of stuff. So I think that if Tsushima could take a book out of the... take a page out of the book of Sekiro, I think that it would be very much so improved. Very much so a higher quality video game experience. Not to say that Tsushima is bad, right? I think that, you know, off of an initial impression of this game, right? Just off of, you know, the first couple of hours of playing through the Act 1 so far, I feel like I would not be shocked at all if I finish this game and I rate this game like an 8 out of 10. That would not shock me at all whatsoever. And I think that would be a very fitting score to give this game once I conclude it. But I am not going to you know, definitively rate this game or review it before I complete the entire journey. I'm going to just tentatively, you know, temporarily hold on to my thoughts, my opinions, my ideas about this game until the end. So, yeah, chat. As I mentioned, no stream on Saturday, which is technically already today because it's 3 a.m. in the morning. No stream. I will be back on Sunday, and on Sunday we will be playing more Ghost of Tsushima, and I'm very excited for it. I cannot wait. This game is legitimately a lot of fun, right? Like, I think it takes a lot for a game to be this interesting to where, like, you know, I say, okay, chat, we're going to stop at this point, and then you guys see me on stream. I go past that point and I continue playing even further, and I want to experience more and more and more, and I don't want to end stream, I don't want to stop playing the game and pause, but I have to, right? So yeah, this game is very, very, very high quality, very beautifully done, and I can't wait to continue my journey with day 2 of my playthrough. For anyone out there who may potentially be, you know, a lurker, someone who's a new face to the channel, if you are someone out there who has never seen my streams before, never seen my channel before, and you're stopping by for the very first time, first of all, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Much love to you. I do want to say, for anyone out there who's interested, this is my very, very first playthrough of this game, completely blind. Like, I don't know about the story, you know, the different story plot points. I don't know about the bosses in this game, about the different exploration areas, right? I'm going into this game like completely, basically blind, and I cannot wait to experience more and more of it. So if you want to join me for my very first blind playthrough of Tsushima, feel free to do so at any point in time. Typically I like to stream usually over the weekends, you know, Friday, Saturday, Sunday of each week, so you can find me live on those days normally. This Saturday, right, today, is technically an exception where I will not be streaming, but Sunday I will be back again for another live stream. So yeah, much love to all of you out there. Shout out to anyone who stopped by. Shout out to all my IRL friends, the amazing people who said hello. I love them all very dearly, and yeah, I'm happy that they're having a great time, you know? Yeah. In any case, chat, I'm gonna minimize the game, and I'm gonna check and see who the heck is live streaming at the moment. Who is on the twitch.tv? Man, I really want to raid the streamer, because normally we don't get the opportunity to. They're normally not awake when I am. But I don't want to raid over to them because they are currently playing a game that I want to play at some point in my life. I want to stream it. And that game is Black Myth Wukong. They are currently playing that game, and basically what they're doing is they are attempting to plan out a challenge run for that game. So unfortunately, I will not be able to raid over to them because I don't want, you know, I don't want to see any like spoiler content from Wukong, so we have to avoid their stream. However, I suppose we can go ahead and raid over to good old Mr. Shockphobia 9000 and say hello to him. He is currently streaming a very interesting, you know, kind of what do I even call it? It's like a text-based RPG type video game. And if any of you out there have played Undertale or played Deltarune, then you will be kind of familiar with the format of this video game. The name of this game is called No Skin. It's called No Skin, and it is a very, very, very creepy, very bizarre video game. But you know, that's kind of what makes these types of games interesting and worth playing, you know. So let's go ahead and raid over to Shock. Let's say hello to him, and I will say good night to you guys. I will say farewell, and I will see you guys on Sunday. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna pull up my outro song first, just so it's ready, locked and loaded. I believe in you, YouTube. You can do this. Come on, YouTube. There you go. There you go. And I'm going to adjust the volume because I don't want it to be loud as hell. There we go. And then, yeah. So we'll do that, and I will go ahead and let's see. Shout out, Shock, Phobia, 9,000, and then we're gonna do sub raid. We're gonna do raid, and then I'm gonna do /raid Shock Phobia 9,000. Perfect. Awesome. I'm gonna go ahead and copy and paste my message, or copy my message just in case. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna grab our lovely, beautiful little mascots that we have here, chat. Look at them. Look at how fluffy they are. Come here, you. Oh boy. Oh boy. Look at you. Beautiful. Alright. So, chat, my lovely, beautiful chat. That's gonna be it for today's stream. I had a lot of fun today. Honestly, like, after playing a lot of indie video games, you know, a lot of like 2D Metroidvanias or 2D platformers or roguelites, playing those types of smaller indie games, it's really nice to take a break from that and play like a true, you know, high quality action RPG. I'm very, very, very glad to be playing this game and enjoying it. I can't wait for day 2. It's gonna be a blast. But I will see you guys in less than 48 hours from now, I think. Yeah, it's less than 48 hours. I'll see you guys on Sunday for a brand new live stream. Until then, I wish you guys the absolute best. I almost said blessed, and I mean, honestly, you guys should be blessed out there. I wish you guys a very blessed day and night. But yeah, wish you guys the absolute best. Thank you so much for, you know, stopping by and tuning in if you did. And if I see you guys in future live streams, then much love, much appreciation. You guys are the heroes of my stream. In any case, as I always love to say at the end of my streams, whether you were watching the stream, you currently are watching the stream, or you will be watching the VOD in the future, thank you. It means a lot to me, including everyone out there who lurks on the channel and doesn't chat, right? You guys are the backbone of Twitch. So never change. Thank you guys so much. Please, everyone out there, stay safe, stay happy, stay healthy, eat lots of yummy, delicious food. Make sure you guys drink plenty of water. Always stay hydrated. Bottom line, take care of yourselves out there, right? Stay comfy, stay cozy, and I will see you guys on Sunday for a brand new live stream. Until then, enjoy the weekend. Enjoy the weekend as much as you possibly can. But yeah, this is good night. This is peace out for me. I'm gonna swap over to the ending screen, and I'm gonna start up the outro song, and then we'll get on out of here. That's what we'll do, chat. All right. Peace out, guys. Much love to you all. Bye bye. Good night. Love you all. Bye.